Okay, theoretically, sooner or later, we are going to be streaming. We are gonna be live. We are so close to live. I'm just waiting for my face to pop up in the corner there, and it just did. So, hey, welcome. We're live. It is Friday night, January 3rd. Happy New Year. Um, and all that jazz. We're playing. So I was like, oh, we're gonna play Skyrim or Path of Exile. And ultimately, what I wanted to do is I want to get this game done here, get the third game in the books, especially because next week is going to be sparse, and as the week after is going to be a little sparse, simply because um, I will not have access to the internet quite as the same as I did typically. So let's get this one in the books, and then we can see what the weekend holds for us here. Um, So we have the Black Knight, the Druid, the Elf, and the Witch, and they are working their way. They've worked through 2 weeks. The Black Knight has a good lead. Half of that lead, though, is just categories, prowess and great treasures, and he doesn't have a ton of prowess, so it's not beyond. It's not out of the question that he would. That he loses those to someone else at some point. Um, the witch has 6 points. She is stuck in there with a bunch of dragons, so we shall see. I think she is able to cast. Oh yeah, absolutely. She's able to cast absorb when she needs to, so that's sort of fun. Because she has the tremendous dragon there and the tremendous flyer down there, so both good dragon choices. Obviously, the flyer is better typically, and that's what she's going to shoot for, I think. But in the meantime, she's in a little bit of a tight spot. The elf, I think, has scored Explore the Crag, right? Yeah, so he has scored, I think. Let's see. He doesn't have one yet. He does not have one, but that's okay. He's cast Fleetfoot tonight. There's a bat there, but he's cast Fleetfoot, so he can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and almost be out. Um, and he will have scored Explore the Crag, and so he will be at 5 points in no time. The Druid has just currently had a little bit of a hard life. I had expected to sneak in the back door and score all these points, but the dragon has sort of thwarted me here. Not saying that he can't deal with the dragon mostly by running from it, but it does look like I thought I was going to get 2 points, maybe even 3 points in these few days, and sort of have him all of a sudden pop into into contention. But now all of a sudden he's in a little bit of a trap in the caves, dragons right outside the caves, and so I'm not exactly sure what to do with him. It does seem unlikely that he's going to catch up. We'll have to see. In the meantime, he probably, at this rate, needs to get rid of Delver since he's not really, it just seems like that's not going to get done in 2 weeks. Same thing with Woodwork. I don't think that's going to get done. So he could really use to hit a dwelling up, and fix his position there. In the meantime, I think he is going to make an attempt to get in here. He has torch. He has a torch going from Torchbearer, so at the very least, that is helpful. All right, so it is the beginning of our week. We have 3 more events. Not a lot of events. This crew has not tackled a lot of events, so there you go. I don't know what that means. You should be ashamed of yourself, characters. Totally ashamed. Let's see what we got here. So we got Spider Bounty. So for 2 weeks, so till the end of the game, essentially. If you kill a spider, you're going to get a point. And no, right, and some money. Yeah, you get trophies too. Done. So that's the first one. Second one is the monastery in a mountain tile. The monastery is in mountain 6. Mountain 6. Oh, the reason if the I mean, could the druid make a super quick run back? I mean, that's 2 points there with Delver and Monastery. You could get 2 points. You would spend the better part of a week. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you'd spend the better part of a week getting back there. You'd spend at least 4 days to get to the cavern and the monastery. So, but but it is worth 2 points. Don't know. But that's just the second one. The third card is a Goblin Horde. Random clearing. Ruins 4. Geez, the Ruins is. The Ruins is ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That appears not in the mountains though. It's in the ruin. Did we check Ruins 4? Oh my. So the goblins and well that makes that a lot harder all of a sudden. Not only do we have bandits, but we have goblins. So the bandits recruited some goblins obviously, and now we have a mess up there. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. That feels like that is absolutely. That feels like that's made for the witch at this point, except for this guy. This guy is dangerous always. Oops. That guy. That guy is dangerous at all times. Feels like it's meant for the witch. All right. Cool. Also remember King's Soldiers is still in effect, and so you can turn in you can kill a member of the Lancers, the Rogues, the Bashkar, the Woodfolk, kill any of those, outsiders. Um, Turn over any weapon or armor. All good. And now we got to write some moves. So what is the Black Knight going to do? So I had him run out of the cave tonight, last night, and I think I was gonna have him go 1, 2, 3 and hide with his guys. 1, 2, 3. So he would end up here. He would be able to get to the valley next turn. And you know what? I can actually do one better than that. We can take an extra move if I want. That'll get rid of this herbalist reward. And he could hide and go 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I think we're going to hide and then extra move and then move to the tower. Done. And where is his weapon master? His weapon master is here in the caves, which is too bad because that actually gives him. Do we want to go get that? That gives us a cool chit. But I think he's looking at all those points too and thinking about it. Plus, he has diplomatic goblins, so he can actually disperse the goblins in a heartbeat. So he is done, and he needs to rehire some guys too. So he's got a lot of stuff going down. Our druid. I think the druid is going to hide. Well, extra hide and move to the dragon, to the horde. Done. The elf with fleet foot is going to go move one, so he can because he has fleet foot. So he moves to one. That should complete his crag. Extra hide phase. Move 4, 6, 3. Move 4, 6, 3. So he's trying to get out of the crag now, but he's going to take 2 points out of that. He should get explore the crag. Should. We'll put that back. I just wanted to make sure that I knew that I had that move coming. Done. And then our witch. Ooh, yeah. This is good stuff. Now we got to keep in mind those goblins can prowl, that dragon can prowl. So I need to be very aware of both of those. Ideally, we would hide. Ideally, we would hide. Do I have. I mean, there's a couple bad things that could happen, for sure. I don't want the goblins to prowl on me. Ideally, I don't want dragons to prowl on me. So there's two bad numbers. A 1 and a 3 are going to suck. Otherwise, I can just walk in. She can get the absorb off. Boom, and then you're the tremendous flying dragon for the rest of the game. That's like a win condition for the witch, in my opinion. So she could just move. If she hides and blows it, she's stuck here with the other dragon, and then has to sort of make a call. She knows that secret path. I'm going to try it. We're going to hide and then move to the horde. We'll try it. We'll try it. And if we need to, we'll run for it. And the cat will do what he's been doing, which is search 4 times. We haven't utilized the cat to find paths this time. We've used the cat to fail to find treasure. that's what we used him for. So we got this. This is week 3. It's going to be a quiet night, I feel, and that's cool. We got spiders and imps. And the Black Knight is up first. Black Knight's heading to the tower. So he's going to hide. But he can't hide. He has to move first. So he moves first, hides. It goes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So he is hidden as he enters the mage tower. He has to roll a d6. He gets a 2. Minions attack. Roll on summon elemental chart, and the hero must face that creature. Oh. Summon elemental. He gets a 5. It's smoke elementals. They can't attack. um. Sure. He gets a 5 again. I can keep rolling. No, he's just going to keep getting 5s. Let's see how he does against a mud elemental. We'll give it we'll re-roll that a couple times just to see sort of how it goes. It's not earth, it's mud. Do we not have mud? There's mud. Okay, hey mud. Let's see what you got there. So he's got a mud elemental on him. So we'll deal with that at the end of the day. He is done. The elf goes 1. The elf is going to hide. He does. It goes 2, 3, and 4. And spiders. So I think Patter 2 in the mountains is a spider. Remember, there is a bounty on spiders. So meeting a spider, not the worst thing that can happen to our wily elf. Druid. Druid's going to hide. Druid hides with 1 die. He succeeds, and then he moves into the horde. And I don't think anything appears. I think he's good. And the witch. Her cat. That's 1 roll. 2 rolls. Even with the low chance, you think he'd have found it by now. 3 rolls. 4 rolls. Not happening. But we got all the bad rolls out. The witch is going to hide and walk into here. And that's it. That's the day. So let's see how this combat goes. Just curious. So we have these 2 guys. I mean, this is going to just be a kill outright, I feel. Having said that, if he flips, he does slow us down. He does medium or heavy damage. That is true. I don't think he can auto hit our guy. So I think our guy takes him. Does he slow us on dark side or light side? Dark side slows. All right, so let's see the roll here. So there's our fight. He goes 5, so he's going to slop down to there. It's a mud elemental. Slop is the correct word. Does he flip? He does not flip. So in round 1, we're going to undercut him because this guy's amazing, this rogue, and kill him. And so there you go. He kills the mud elemental. And I'll give him 4 and 4 for that, right? So 4, and he enters the mage tower. God. Okay, this guy's annoying, this Black Knight. He's got 9 points. And the tower is scored. I'll put it up here in case anybody cares, but, you know, it is very possible that no one goes there for anything. We have another fight. That fight is going to be down here. And frankly, to be honest, I'm pretty sure that the witch is going to... She's going to cast her Slowbee because she can do that. Absorb Essence. She's going to pop Absorb. Fatigue that. And she is going to, out of the shadows, step out and become your tremendous flying dragon. And now she needs to make sure she has enough black magic to keep that shit going. Because that... She can probably walk into there and tear all that up in a heartbeat. So, she is done. I don't know if there's anything else going on. Yes, the elf. We got all kinds of combats today. The elf is going to ambush the spider here. So, we will play to flip the bow, and then we'll play here. And we're looking for just an easy kill, right? So... Oh, yeah, and he goes to the bottom. Does he flip? He doesn't. We hit him. Oop, because we flipped the bow. We hit him. And we're now on the missile table. And what we need is, he's heavy, and we're going to do heavy damage. We need a 3, 2, or 1. We get a 4, so not great. Do we remain hidden? And we do. Second round, we will play to fatigue. So we will commit to fatiguing this. And we will shoot him again. We need he goes to the bottom. Does he flip? I don't really need to do all this. He doesn't flip. Do we do the damage we need to do? 1, 2, or 3? He does get a 3. So he does kill the spider. So we're going to get a spider for 3. We're going to get Explore the Crag, but we're also going to get a spider bounty. So that's 3. That's a 3-point day. And we get to keep this as a trophy. And if we can turn that trophy in, we're going to catch some cash. Not a ton of cash, but we're going to catch some cash. $5 though. It's not trivial. So we do get a bounty. So we've got 5 cards in one day. We've scored a bunch of card points, and that's going to get us up to 6. And Explore the Crag is gone. I'm going to take this just to make sure we know. We have Mountain Spirit, which means we do not flip. We have essentially Peace with Nature in mountain clearings. And we get cash, treasure cash, in the castle. So all of a sudden, the elf shoots ahead. This goes away because it is done. And that's, I think that's the day. I think we've actually covered the day now. So this herbalist goes away because he's spent them all. We are going to move into the valley, and we are going to hire, and hire, trying to make sure we get R4 back and maybe R2, and just get them till the end of the month. So he's going to do that and take that day. I think the Druid still has a torch because he has not moved out of whatchamacall. I think the Druid is going to extra hide and search, I think, for the Horde. Although, I mean, having said that, I think he is weirdly runnable for all these guys. He could try to steal some points. Could steal points. He does extra hide. Let's search, and then we can move to the bandits. Might as well do the search, right? And then he could stab someone tonight and run and assassinate a bandit or a goblin and get the points. I think the elf is going to extra hide and then move, trying to get out of the crag. The only problem with being in the crag is you have, you bought a couple days in there for sure, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Most people buy 6 days in the crag. That should be like a name of a book or something. 6 days in the crag. Most people buy 6 days in the crag. The elf zipped through. He bought 4 days in the crag due to his spell, but still, that's 4 days anyway. But it was worth it for the points, 100%. But he's getting out of the crag, and then she, frankly, I mean, I think she is going to. Does she need to hide? The main problem with not hiding is this guy. If he shows up, he could be trouble because of the first round. First round, if this lines up and flips, then it kills her. Everything else, she kills it. And you do have this guy too, and he is a danger as well. But normally you would just kill him, and he's the first thing you kill, and no one else poses a danger. She can literally wipe that entire stack in one day, take over prowess, and score 2 points. So that would literally be a 4-point swing for the witch. But if the dragon also shows up, then you have 2 things which could kill you on round 1. And that then becomes disconcerting. Now, you're going to line them up together, of course. The head and the goblin go in the same space. So you only still have a 1/3 chance. But you have to survive 2 rounds of potentially getting whacked. Although you can undercut him, and you can undercut him too. So literally at the most, you probably still only have 1 round of danger. I don't know what else she does. I mean, what else is she going to do? I suppose she's going to hide, and then she's going to move to the bandits. I think she has to do that. In the meantime, I mean, I think the cat still searches for that stupid altar because why not? I actually thought he would have a better shot at finding it. I thought yeah, it's 1 in 36, but at some point that's going to pop, right? Right? Might not do. I don't gamble, by the way, because I know it's futile. You don't build gigantic casinos that look like Egyptian like pyramids and shit if you're not winning all the time, as the casinos are. All right, what's the monster roll today? It's 4 giants and trolls, so that's going to change things up a bit. Some of these places. The elf is first. The elf moves down here, and he is going to try to hide, and he fails, so he is unhidden. But I don't think anything appears, so he's good. The druid is hiding 1 die hide, and he hides and he moves here to lurk in wait. The witch, cat time. Let's do it. We're gonna roll double ones on this cat. There it was. That's a miss. That's 1, 2. See a lot of 1s coming up. 3. Oh, so close. Come on, you got this. Oh, that was close to 4. And no. And she's gonna hide. And she fails, so she's walking right on in. Now nothing's coming, so it's fine. And then the Black Knight goes 1, and then he is going to hire his friends. Now he has some cash. He has 16 bucks. It's not a ton of money, but he does indeed have it. Oops, yeah, 16. I didn't write that down. Darn it. Hate that. Hate when I do that. So he's got friends now, and he's rolling a single die. This guy's worth 2 bucks, and we get an opportunity. So we can hire him for 4 bucks. So we're going to hire him for 4 bucks. So -4. And that's R4 plus a bazillion. So we got R4 to the end. R2 is 4 bucks. That sucks a little bit. But he is amazing. Price times 3. Ooh, 12 bucks. I can spend all my money on him. Let's go one more time. We have a 2. Price times 2, 8 bucks. We'll take him for 8. 8 is good. So that's a total of -12 today. But we have R4 and R3. They're ride or die to the end of the game. Or R2, I'm sorry. R4 and R2. R3 is dead. Um, yeah, we got him killed. So now he is no longer winning gold. He has $4 left. That takes his gold total down. But we weren't counting him winning gold. So there you go. So done. Wow, I've kept bad score so far. Let me just tell you. All right. There are our guys. That is the Black Knight. He is done. And he's set for the rest of the game. He just needs to know what am I doing for the rest of this stupid game to score my points. If anything lives, he's going to go in here. But guess what? Guess what's not going to happen? So okay. So these guys all aggro to the witch. So this is what the witch is faced with. The druid. He's got himself a couple chits to play here. So obviously she's going to burn magic, and she's going to, on the first encounter step, she becomes this guy. And she's going to target this guy because that guy is actually fairly dangerous. Now, I don't think anyone can actually damage her except for that guy. So, I'm going to put this, the rest of this doesn't matter. Now remember, the druid is hidden. I'm just going to put all the rogues there and all these guys here. And we're going to target him. Done. And the druid is going to pull his knife. And, I mean, so does he want a goblin? So the bandits. Defeat the bandits, 1 VP, return to a 10. It doesn't. He's going to play his L3. He's going to play his L3. He's going to slow play this. He's going to. There's no reason. He's like, I'm good. I'm going to play my L3. And I'm going to take out. Now remember, he's going to come like into view here real quick. He does not have a great defense to any of this. So as soon as 38 people come to him, he probably ducks. I do wish the goblins would flip because that would be a surefire point. It is highly likely this guy dies. We could get a definitive kill on these guys. Like he can absolutely stab the rogue, the swordsman. Now the 2 prowess is not going to do him that much good, but hmm. Give me one moment as I wallow in a little bit of there we go, quiet misery tonight and on channel. So what does he do? So if he kills a goblin, bam, right? If he kills a goblin, he gets a point. No matter what happens, she's going to wipe these goblins out. He's going to get a point though. Theoretically, if he kills a bandit, he gets a point or splits the point. It doesn't really say, which is sort of crappy on my part. But the bandits are auto kills, um, for sure. So I think we're gonna go. We are going to go for a bandit, and we're just going to kill that guy. So we are literally going to go for that bandit, right? Done. All right, let's see where these bandits end up. 2. So this guy flips with this whole crowd here. And let's roll to flip. Those do not flip. Do the rogues flip? They do flip. So all of them flip over to their roguier side. Does the bottom, does that bottom group flip? It does not. So strangely enough, these guys all hit the dragon and do nothing. These guys might hit the dragon and do nothing. Like the only guy who we're worried about is this guy. He misses. Done. The dragon misses because this guy's fast on this side. The druid kills the swordsman rogue. Arg! Unfortunately, now the druid is unhidden. So that's an issue. So now, technically, we get to roll and see who everyone is on. Like you don't, yeah. So it's unlikely that the druid is unaffected. But we might not care, right? Uh so largely it's random. It's random assignment now, right? So there you go. I do think she's gonna lure him for sure. Like she wants him, so she takes him for certain. And we have otherwise 6 guys to randomly assign. So we're going to assign 1, 2, 3. He'll stay here. 4, 5, 6. He goes to the druid. So we get 1 here for sure and 1 to the druid. Got 2 more. 2 to the druid. That makes it tough for the druid to stick around. It's 2 here, so 1 and 1. And then one last character here stays here. So we have 3 on the druid, unfortunately. And they can all kill him. Like, so they are like this. So he literally has a 2/3 chance of just being outright killed now. And so that's not great. Um so I do think he's got to run. Like he's got to flee. He just has to get. So he's going to play this and fatigue this, and these guys stay off of anyone's sheet for this round. And the witch is like, good, get him out of here. I don't need him pesking around. So the druid ends up here in between these 2 clearings, and the witch is left to fight the rest of these yahoos. This guy goes here. We're going to put this dude there. Everyone else goes in the middle. We are still targeting that first guy. Now, someone's died in the clearing. So this is not a stalemate round. 4. This guy's going to line right up. And he's going to flip. So there you go. Second row. Flip. Third row. Doesn't flip. So what happens? T3 goes first, undercuts that guy, and kills him. Done. So she has killed one. These guys come on her sheet. We have three of them on her sheet. I'm going to put them. It really doesn't matter at this point. I am going to fight the goblins first. And indeed, I will put them there. I have what? I have 3 that came in that aren't flipped. And I had a couple that were flipped. So we'll take these, boom, boom, and boom, like that, I think. Or no, I don't remember. Okay, anyway, done. All right. We're going to target him. We have a 2/3 chance of getting him every round. 2. He goes to the bottom. This is not that round, by the way. And these guys fly up here. And do they flip? No. Do the rogues flip? Yes. Do the bottom goblins flip? Yes. And all that means is that's great. So now this is a stalemate round. So I'm going to target this guy. I'll put him here. And the reason I target that guy, the Druid's not targeting anybody. The reason I target that guy is he's an auto hit, so I can keep the combat going no matter what. 2, so he stays put and he gets killed by that head. Done. So that's our second. Oh, this guy is dead already. That's our second goblin, second dude killed. Do the goblins flip up top? No. Do the rogue and goblin? Yes, they do. So this box all flips. Okay, that guy is killed. Done. And we don't have any auto hits, which does suck, by the way. So we'll just target this guy. 3. So he flops to here. These guys go up here. So this guy's going to be eaten by the head. Done. That's the third guy killed. The order matters, unfortunately. First box, flips. Second box, flips. So everyone's flipped. This is good. Because it means this is an auto hit unless he flips. So we get a 70% chance for him now. But he's going to stay put here and be killed. Done. Do the 2 boxes flip? Yep. That box flips. That sucks because that's the bad side. Does this box flip? No. So yeah, we're on all the bad sides now. So that's fine. We're going to target him. We still have a 2/3 chance. It's 3, but this is not it today. Oh no, he flips to the bottom, or the middle, I mean. Done. So he's going to get eaten. Does the first box flip? No. Does the bottom box flip? No. All right. Target the top dude. 5. He drops down 1, so he's going to get eaten by the head. And he drops 1. He goes up top. The head kills him. Does the assassin flip? No. And does the bottom box flip? No. This goes back to the Druid, who's got his 1 kill. That's fine. We're going to target the goblin. 1, so he's going to line up and die. And he does. Does the assassin flip to give us an easier auto kill? No. So now, on this turn, 5. So he flips down 1. He'll get eaten by the head. Done. That's the fight. The Tremendous Dragon Witch literally goes in, eats everything except for one guy that the Druid's like wiping his knife off. So she's going to score. Yay, what's up, Michael? How are you, man? How are you, sir? Good to see you. I thought no one was going to show up tonight. I was like, you know what? I'm doing this alone. That's fine. I'm just making a video for later. It's fine. I have bad news for Dungeons and Dragons. What do you mean you have bad news for Dungeons and Dragons? Are you quitting Dungeons and Dragons? Yeah. Are you leaving Dungeons and Dragons for good? What's the bad news for Dungeons and Dragons? I'm fascinated to hear this now. $17, $23, $30, 46 prowess. 46 prowess. What did we kill? We killed 5. 46. So let's make sure we counted 46 correctly. This is 1. This is 2 times 2 is 4. This is 3, 7, 11. I already counted wrong. Plus 5 is 16. Plus 6 is 22. Plus 7 is 29. Plus 16 is 45. I missed by a point. So she scores a whopping 45 prowess in one fell swoop, and she's going to take the lead in prowess for sure. She gets $2 for the 2 gold on the rogues there. She starts with 10, of course, plus 2. She has $12. Give me 1 second, Michael, and we'll talk about what you're talking about. These rogues do head back to their home. They do not stay out. They're not dead. They're just defeated. Decided the life is not for them. And he scores two prowess, 2 notoriety, and he gets 1 gold. Oops, nope, just 1, just 1. 1. There you go. And he goes back home as well. And they go back to the inn and are like, yeah, we decided to come back. It's fine. But she is going to score. Oh, she killed 6 goblins. That is true. 6 goblins, 2 rogues. She's got 45 prowess. Okay. So that's that. The druid has 2 prowess, 11 gold. So he did actually get something out of that. Now she is going to turn in the goblin horde and banditry. They both turn in banditry. They both get half a point, technically. So we're going to give the druid 1.5, which is sort of weird to see that on cards, and her 4.5. So we're going to do divided by 2. We'll give them that. That is. You know what? We're just going to give them 1 point each because it's going to be easier for these scorecards, unfortunately. So we get banditry. If I remember at the end, I'll dock them a half point. How's that? Let me. And she gets the horde. So that's going to score her 2 points. So she's going to have 6 points, all said and done in cards. She is going to be winning prowess, takes the elf out of it, takes a point off of the Black Knight, so he's down to 8 points. She has 10 all of a sudden. And technically, although it's stupid, she is winning gold. So she's got 2 more. So she shoots ahead, and the druid gets 1. That's weird, but he gets 1 for 11 gold. So because the rule is simply you have to have more than 10 to score gold. Okay, and she gets 1 roll on this table here to determine what she's got off the goblins. Let me roll d6. She rolls a 5. She gets a goblin helm. Anytime a goblin would block or target you, make a hide roll, and if successful, the goblin leaves you alone. There you go. So she gets like a weird disguise, right? So I'm going to put this on her sheet. I love tabletop sim. If I could shrink cards like this in real life, and I'm going to give her, I'm going to put this goblin mark there to show. You know what? I'm going to make it even smaller. I can't make it any smaller than that, though. That is as small as it gets. And we are going to tie this card to that card. Done. These can be deleted because they were extras. And she has a goblin helm. Whew! Okay. That was a small bout of insanity. And I missed the pouch. It was a small bout of insanity. And we're going to get ready for day 17. But first, Michael, I'm going to ask you, what do you mean that they've decided to join the gambling? What does that mean? If you don't mind me asking. So the horde is scored. In the meantime, I'm going to do a little cleanup while you... Banditry has been scored. We'll say they're both eligible for 5 gold, maybe? Now I'm going to write moves, and if Michael's still around to answer, and while he answers here, the Black Knight. I think he just goes 1, 2, 3. The CEO of Wizards of the Coast Design made a contract with Game Eyes, who are companies who do bling games, gambling games. Got it. You're like bling. You mean like J Lo or Bedazzler? Yeah. Look. So here's the thing, Michael. So keep this absolutely in your head, right? I don't know how old you are, or how much D&D you've played over the years or whatever. I don't know. Wizards and Hasbro have absolutely made clear their intention to monetize the crap out of D&D. And none of that is going to be good for you. Because when a company says we need to monetize this, they don't mean make it super awesome so you'll want to buy more stuff. They mean charge you for things that otherwise would be free, or make things in the game inconvenient so that you will pay for the convenience. Or make you buy a subscription for things that you never had to buy a subscription for before. That's what monetize means now. It doesn't mean we're going to print better books or more classes, or it doesn't mean any of that. It means make things crappier so you will pay to make them better, but not better than they were, better than they're going to be. That's it. That's what they've said. They've said that over and over. They said we're under monetized. Somehow D&D is so popular and yet we can't seem to make money off of it. And I get it. It hurts to have a brand that has captured such the mind share of the gaming community, and yet here you are, right? And they don't mean they're not making money. They mean they're not making enough money. We could be making more money. And so they're going to make it crappy, and they're going to charge you to make it less crappy than they've made it. That's the strategy. That's the bad news. There you go. The bad news, you have cancer, and that cancer is late stage capitalism. Sorry. And that's what D&D is suffering from. They're suffering from you cannot have a sustainable business model anymore. There's no such thing as sustainable. It has to be infinite growth. They're not growing. This is how they're going to fix that. Here's the good news, though. I do have the good news. There is good news. The good news is you don't need them at all to play D&D. You don't. You don't need them at zero. You need them zero to play D&D. There are any number of indie games. There are any number of hell. I think there's a fifth edition clone. Effectively, I think Kobold Press has their own fifth edition clone. I forget what the hell it's called. You can play D&D right now. You probably own enough books to play all the D&D you can play in your lifetime without spending another penny on Wizards of the Coast crap. That's what you should do. We should just not buy it anymore. And done. And then it doesn't matter. And you don't have to read Twitter ever again. You can just go, you know what I'm doing over here? I'm playing D&D with my old 5th edition books or whatever books you have or my 1st edition books. And I'm just playing it forever with my friends. And I don't care what goes on in the world. And every so often, maybe I go buy a book. Done. When the mood strikes me. Otherwise, I'll write my own shit. That's the good news. You've done role playing has escaped them. They can't. That's why the funny part is that's why I'm sorry. By the way, if you no one's watching, so it's fine if I go on a tangent. The fact of the matter is, role playing has escaped them. The problem that they have is that role playing inherently is the genie out of the bottle. As soon as I print that book and you read that book and go, oh my gosh, there's 6 stats and I roll them and this is how I roll a d20 to figure out what... Done. You now have an infinite palette upon which to paint that they cannot charge you for. That's the beauty of the game. The pain that they're feeling is the pain that they're still trying to hold that sand in their fingers, right? They're still like, well, how can we make more money? And the answer is... you got to make stuff that compels people to buy it. And their answer is going to be, we're going to try to compel you to pay something for this thing which you really never need to pay us again for. And they're going to try to make you think you need to pay. And you don't have to pay. You never have to pay again. I mean, on the shelf behind me are more role-playing books than I will ever get to in my lifetime. I'm done. I'm good. And you should be too. Or find some indie developer who wrote some $20 or whatever on and buy it. Done. And you can play that. I mean, you're good. So what does day 17 look like? Well, for the Black Knight, that's my rant. I apologize, but that's where I'm at. I think the knight, and we're all competing for the same points here. I think the knight is going to make a beeline and go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Well, 1, 2, 3. And he'll hide and go 1, 2, 3. So he'll hide, move, move, move to the wagon. And in the meantime, he's going to pick up the other dude, and he should be fine. So the druid now has to consider. So I thought that would go a little bit. Oh, by the way, this chick wounded, which sucks, but that's okay because the torch is gone, burns out. So the druid now has a decision to make. What the hell is he going to do now? I mean, he could search. He has to locate the lair. The altar is not bad for him. The altar isn't bad. We still have the wagon. We still have the monastery. We still have the lost shaman. There's still a bounty on spiders. So, but he could also head back. I'm just not sure. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I'm just not sure that going back is necessarily a good play for him. I'm not 1,000% sure what a good play for him looks like right now. So that's a problem. I mean, he's not going to get the shaman. He's probably not going to get the wagon. I do need to turn these cards in because these cards are killing me right now. You know, I didn't get Delver, so he's probably sort of stuck. Or I'm not getting, likely not getting Delver. Delver's all the way over here now. He needs to get to here. That's just a lot of getting there. Is it doable? Sure. And maybe it is doable, right? Maybe I can make the jaunt. Delver and Monastery get 2 more points. So there you go. There's my TSR rant, or my not TSR. It's not TSR anymore. I'm sorry. There's my Hasbro Wizards rant, Michael. So sorry about that. I am saddened by the fact that my favorite nostalgia game, effectively the company that is stewarding it, can't seem to not keep pulling the pin and dropping the grenade at their feet. They just can't quite get it together. But I think it's a hard problem to solve, and I apologize for that explosive B. Yeah, I think it's a hard problem to solve. D&D is a hard thing to make money off of. I actually don't think role playing is an easy gig, even if you were the big boy on the block. Now, if your model was, hey, let's just make a sustainable business that draws in X million a year, I think you could do that, 100%. But corporate America can no longer think like that. That is not anything they can do. And then what you do is you make a stock and you pay a dividend, and then people buy your stock for the long term dividend. Right? Now, so you could do that. You could do that a lot. Like that's but the MBAs that run corporate America today, and I sound like a tinfoil hat guy, but just can't do that anymore. They can't. They cannot do it. It has to grow. We have to. Well, if sales were $1 million this month, they have to be $2 million next quarter, and they have to be $5 million the quarter after. And it doesn't matter if that's unrealistic. That's sort of where they're going. I think the druid is going to. I think he's going to search. Let's do 3 searches, and let's make the assumption we're going to succeed, and we're going to go to 1. And the reason I'm doing that is because if I go first and he does happen to find it, then he gets a shot and he takes the shaman with him. So he is done. The elf has got to get out of this crag. Like that's his goal. And I think he's got that. So he's going to get out of the crag. And what's he going to do? Lost Castle would be good, I think, for him, but hard to get to where he needs to go. That's actually a non-trivial ask to get down to the bottom of this. He has Troll Slayer. The high pass would be good for Troll Slayer. He doesn't have Troll Slayer. Yeah, Troll Slayer. Cash in the Castle. I totally agree. I have 6 books of Tale Dungeon Dragon. My last book, I'm buying Eberron. Oh, I remember Eberron. That came out. I forget when that came out, but it was early. It was like 2000 or something, or right after D&D 3rd edition appeared. I don't love Eberron. I just think it's a little too kitchen sinky. I like a Greyhawk. I think Forgotten Realms is sort of like the young kids Greyhawk. But I never quite jived with Eberron. I always thought, and it's too bad the DDO I always felt was Eberron. I think that hurt it, strangely enough. But oh well. And DDO is Dungeons and Dragons Online. Still one of the best MMOs in existence, by the way, even though it's god awful old. So what is the elf gonna do? I think the elf is going to. I don't mind Troll Slayer. I don't mind it. I don't know where we get it. We're gonna get it here. Well, the vault too, right? We all obviously have that as an option. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we could hide. We could hide and go here and try to ditch. I would love to get that Lost Castle too, but that's not a good. That's a long road. That is a strangely long road. It doesn't look like it because literally the Lost Castle is right here and you're sitting here. But to get there, he has to go effectively through the deep woods, through the ledges, down to the borderland. He's got to switch lanes in the borderland, go to Borderland 2, and then he can get to the cache. So I don't know that that's a good call for him. So I would get rid of that one. I would get rid of Bury Your Dead. Bury the Dead, Bones W, locate, get a discover. It doesn't suck. You do have to find Bones W, and again, I don't see him getting to Bones W. That's here or here. I don't see him getting there. So I think what we're going to do is we are going to take a big old extra hide and a hide. Then we're going to move to the chapel because the chapel hates us. And we don't love them. And we're going to take 2 rests. Going to rest some of these chits. We're also going to then turn in our thing, and that'll give us some gold points. So that's good. So not bad. The witch, I love this stat line for the day. The witch needs to, strangely enough, take a little bit of a break. But having said that, so the witch needs a breath. She absolutely does. She is going to, but she also knows this path because she got Navigator. So she knows 4-1, I think. 4-1 runes enchanted. Yep, 1-4 runes enchanted. So she's going to move to the shaman. She's going to move to the house. That'll score her if she goes before the Black Knight. How does she feel about the soldiers? She doesn't like the soldiers, so she's going to move out to the valley, and then she's going to start the process of resting up. She needs to get at least one or two more of these chits to black. That'll be day 18. So that's where she is. Day 17 is written. Let's see what monsters are going to appear. 5s, more spiders. That's good for the universe because we need spiders out to get the bounties. The elf is first, and he's going to go here. He's going to rest. He's going to hide 2 times. So let's hide twice. And he succeeds. And he does rest 2 times. So he's got 2 chits to pull back. He's going to pull back this one and that one first. Done. And he is done. And at the end of the day, he's going to burn. I think he burns these 2, even though they sound good. I think he burns those 2, and he'll draw these 2, and we'll flip them so that we can do the thing. Oh, deep dive or the pool. Oh, God. I don't know that we actually. An ancient scroll. When you draw, place a visitor of your choice in the dwelling of your choice. Does the elf like any of these guys? He hates the scholar. Otherwise, he's good. We'll take the crone then. And we will put the crone, weirdly, here. Because this is sort of where we're hovered around. I don't know if that's a good idea. Where else would we put the crone? Could put him here, but I think we're good for now. Done. Okay, so the elf is done. The Black Knight. Black Knight goes before. He goes 1, 2, grabs the shaman. So he takes that point potentially away from the witch. And he goes 3, and I think he's hidden trying to do this. Yes, he's hiding first. So roll 2 dice. A 6 fails, of course. And he succeeds, so he is hidden. And then he goes to the wagon to see what is up with this wagon. What is up with the wagon, everyone? 1, repairs. The wagon requires repairs. Okay, the wagon requires repairs. So what does that mean? You have to go and do a quest phase in any clearing in the woods to gather wood, then do repair phases until you roll a 4, 3, 2, or 1. So the Black Knight is done there. The Druid is going to go 3 times, and he searches 3 times. And he does find this path, and then he moves here. So he doesn't get what's or nuts, but he does move closer to the lair which he needs to find. The witch, so the cat is going to search 3 times for the altar. He's looking for double 1s. 1, 2, that's not going to do it. 3, not going to do it. 4, not going to do it. And so we're done. And then the witch is going to go, moves to the shaman, moves to the house, and moves to the valley. Shaman, house, valley. The shaman's not there. And then she's going to rest because she needs these 2 chits in play to make them black magic so she can turn into the dragon at will and kill everyone on the board. She wins every fight. Not quite, but close to with the dragon. And that's the end of the day. I don't think there's anything else going on. No fights, no nothing. He's hidden. I have about 6 experience in the Dungeons and Dragons, and I tried the first time to be Dungeon Master. It's hard. I'm just the level 1 DM. I mean, DMing is sort of a weird art, skill, art, whatever you want to call it. I would argue that The same skill for being a presenter or a teacher in general is the same skill set that being a dungeon master requires. Now, that doesn't mean you have to be those things. I just think it's the same set of personality traits, talents, and skills. If you can get up in front of a room and teach, if you can get up in front of a room and present, you can probably do the DMing thing. Now, there's some different pieces and they don't overlap. The Venn diagram of that is not a circle. There's a little bit of overlap or not overlap. And some of that not overlap would be the game mastery, right? Like being able to master the game, like literally understand the rules and adjudicate the rules and do that quickly. And that's not necessarily something that a teacher or a presenter does. But I think the general skill set for refereeing role playing games in general overlaps pretty tightly with what being like teaching a class would be. So we don't have any combats, but it is time indeed to see. One, two. Okay, so let's write some days here for what, day 18. Day 18, I think for sure this guy goes into he goes 1, 2 into the woods. So he move into the woods. He does his quest phase to get the wood and then moves back into the ruin. And I think he's pretty confident that anything that shows up, which would be all dragons, they're mostly dead. But this guy shows up and he kills it with the Axeman. I think the Druid's going to go 1, 2, 3 and quest. I think the Druid is going to try to steal that point if he can get at least that, for God's sake. 3. I think our elf is going to figure out if he wants to toss any of these. He's ending his day at the chapel. Oh, he did toss these. That's where he got into where he is now. That sort of sucks, but okay. So what's our goal then? Oh, what are we doing? Sometimes you just end up going, what am I doing with this? My cards are not great. I don't have a weapon to give. I don't have a treasure. I don't think the elf has he has the ointment of bite, but that's not. Can he give any treasure or does it have to be a large? It has to be a large treasure. It has to be gold. The background has to be gold. Kill a member of the Bashkar Lancers, Rogues, or Woodfolk. I mean, he could kill some stuff and try to do the. Because he could score 28. He could score 24 prowess real quick. But I'm not sure that helps him as much as. I mean, it does. It does. Yeah, I don't like where he ended up there. To kill a tremendous unarmored creature, he needs a 1 or a 2 on a 6-sided die. So it's a 1/3 chance. And it's approximately a 1/3 chance that he becomes unhidden. It's actually 30% that he becomes unhidden. And once he does that, he has to run because he's not going to face down the 2 Power the Pit maniacs here in one. So what? So I have a site here, a site here. I mean, he might go to the pool and loot something and get deep diver. I mean, that might be all you can hope for. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 treasure locations right there. 5, 6, 7. So you've seen every treasure location but the statue. The statue sucks, and the statue is either in the mountains or the cavern. So what's your chance of getting over there and finding the lame statue? I tell you what he's going to do. He is going to let's rest. Let's extra hide, and then that's not enough. Oop, darn it. Give me a second. We need 3 moves to get there. So let's rest once. Let's extra hide, rest once, move, and then move to the demons. And hopefully we are hidden. And that would be great. And then we're going to shoot them and see how that goes. The witch, she's going to rest one time. She is going to use her her potion here that she made to spell X and then spell and spell, right? I think that gives her, yeah, that gives her all the black she needs for the time being. She has 1 phase remaining. Where do you go in that 1 phase? Troll Slayer Survivor Pilgrimage. She could do Pilgrimage in a heartbeat. So she's going to move to the lair because she is feeling pretty badass right now. Done. So let's hope that all works. Is this day 18? It is day 18. I'm sorry this is going slow. Spiders again, if we can get them. We got these guys in this order. He is going to go and try to get the wood to solve the wagon's problem. So he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and nothing appears, and he is done. The druid goes 1, 2, 3, and then gets the wood because he also touches the wagon, sees that it's broken, goes here. It literally comes down to who can get there and roll the dice fast enough. The cat is going to search 4 times. 1, 2, no. If he gets it once, I'm going to be amazed. 3, nope. Because he needs a double 1 because of the peer. No, done. She's going to go and do a bunch of rests. So she rests. She flips these 2 chits to black. She moves into the lair. I don't think we have... Oh, the cairn pops. That makes the elf's life a little harder. He now has 3 tremendous creatures to deal with right there. Done. And then the elf is going to hide and move into here. Is he hidden? He is. He rests once. He's going to rest this guy. But I think that's it. I don't think anything else comes in. And I think that is where we're set for the end of the day. And it looks like the elf has the fight. So the elf is going to take these 3. Yeah, he's hidden. These 3 yahoos onto his battle sheet here. And I mean, it's all about the same, really. Technically, the spider is the best first kill because the spider's only 6. So we're going to go for the spider first. And what he's doing is, I call it playing the ambush game. So he is readying his bow every time and shooting. No one's on his sheet, so no one can stop him because he is hit right behind the rocks or in the bushes or whatever. Every time he shoots, he's got to roll, and if he rolls a double 6, there's a 30% chance of that. If he rolls a double 6, he is unhidden, and then he has to run or fight, which he will run. Absolutely. He needs a 1 or a 2 to kill anything heavy and tremendous and unarmored. I'm sorry, because he needs to score this +1 level on the missile table. But the elf rolls a single die and not 2 dice, unlike most other characters in the game. And so he has a 1/3 chance of killing these guys and about a 30% chance of becoming unhidden at any given time. The main problem the elf has with this hidden game here is that he quickly runs out. He fatigues. Every other round, he's got to either fatigue or the combat will stalemate and end. So that is sort of where he is. So let's take our first shot here at the spider, and let's hope for the best. 1 or a 2 would be nice, and he gets a 6. That is not enough. Is he unhidden? And he is not unhidden. Done. The second round, he will fatigue. Well, he will play to fatigue. So what that means is he's going to play like a couple of these chits with asterisks on them so that he has to fatigue. If you play 2 asterisks around, you must fatigue. Done. He's going to play and fatigue at the end of the round this chit. He needs a 1 or a 2. Let's do it. Oh, please do it. And he gets a 3. Not good enough. Does he become unhidden? He does not. But he does have to fatigue a chit. And that chit is going to be this move L3. Done. Round 3. He's going to shoot. He gets a 2. He kills the spider. That resets the counter, the stalemate counter. So he has killed this thing. And now he does not have to fatigue in a round, and he does not unhidden. Second creature will be this one because it is it's harder for him to run from than him. So this is still the first round in terms of having to fatigue or stalemate. He plays the same crap. He readies the bow and so on, right? And he can do that because he's hidden and no one can stop him. Normally, he would have to play a fight that is faster than the moves, the blue numbers, the light blue numbers on these creatures. And that would be hard sometimes. So, all right, anyway. 1 or a 2, and he gets a 1, so he plugs that demon. That's good. That's good. That's good points for him. He's hoping to not roll a 6, and he does not. So we're on round 1 for stalemating. He's got, one more shot. This would be great for the elf. The elf needs this. He gets a 5. That's not enough. That's he does not do enough damage. Does he become unhidden? No. Good. So this is the round he has to choose to stalemate or not, and he will play to fatigue this chit. Again, we could use a 1. No, that's not going to do it. Does he become unhidden? He does not. He had to fatigue. So he had to fatigue at the end of the last one. He did the fight. He will play to fatigue this chit and then be done with the fight, I think. Well, no, he can't. I don't think he can do that. I mean, he can play it, but then he can't do... no, he's not going to play to fatigue. He's just going to... he's just going to shoot, and if this doesn't hit him, the combat's over, essentially. So he's got one more shot, and he doesn't, and the combat is going to stalemate. Done. Those are fatigues. He's killed 6 points and then 16 times 2. So he gets 22 prowess. So he gets tremendous spider, tremendous demon. Flying demon. And that is what I say, 22 prowess. That is good for the elf because the elf had 5 for the dragon originally, which I didn't score. That was dumb. And then he gets 22 more. So he is now 27. And he's going to take a point away from the Black Knight. So the Black Knight drops. The elf gets a point because he's now in second place. It's going to put him to 7 and the Black Knight to 7. And that was a good ambush for the elf. And he also, he also got he already got the bounty. Damn it. So he can't get two. But he does get to keep a trophy, which unfortunately is only still worth 5, even though it's the bigger spider, which I should really rethink that, but so be it. He's got 2 trophies on his belt. He's killed a bunch of stuff. Good on him. That's his fight, and I think he is done, and I think that ends the day. So for day 19, the Black Knight is going to move to the wagon, and then he's going to do repair phases. So we're going to call them search phases. We'll put P, or quest. He's going to try to make the roll and complete this task. The Druid is going to go move, and then 2 quest phases to also try to complete the task. He would ideally like to be before the night to get the shot and done. And this is day 19. So our third character, the elf. So the elf, he's feeling pretty good about all that, for sure. I think he's gonna go. Oops. Move, and move. Frankly, into the woods. Move, and move. Right. 1, 2, 3, and 4 into the woods. Yes, I think he's gonna do that and be done. And then our witch. The witch needs pilgrimage. So she's rested up. She's pretty good. She is going to move to the. I mean, as much as I'd love to loot the lair, I think we're going to go to the altar. Move to the altar, and then search and search. The cat is going to search 4 times. Like, until I say anything else, he just tries his best. Let's get our monster roll for day 19. We got a 1, so dragons. Ooh, the lair looks like it's going to pop. The witch goes. And that dude is going to search once. Nope. Twice. Nope. 3 times. No, come on. 4 times. You know you want to give me a double 1. No, you don't. And then she goes 1, 2. And she's going to do twice, but she doesn't need a double 1. She needs a 1 or a 4. And she gets it first try. She's like, dude, it's right here. She trips over it. The cat's been sitting on the altar the whole goddamn time, going, I don't know where this thing is. So she does pop the altar. Now that gives her one of the 2 things for her pilgrimage. Her pilgrimage requires, let's write that down, chapel, altar, or shrine. And she's just found the altar. So she's got one of the 2. And she could visit 3 if she wanted to. I don't know that she wants to, but she could. Oh, that would be wacky. In any case. But she found it first try. She has 1 more try. She can loot it now. And I think she is going to loot it. So she has 4. She's going to loot. She needs a 4, 3, 2, or 1. And she's going to roll double 1s now. Just despite. Nope, she rolls a 4. Despite the cat, I thought she would roll double 1s. She has the chest. Unfortunately, she cannot carry the damn chest. Ah, damn. Does she have keys? She does not have keys. She is going to put the chest where You know what? She's not going to do anything. She's going to carry the chest momentarily. That's bad for her because she can no longer flee from anything, but maybe she doesn't need to right off the bat. But the dragon will pop in the lair. So that dude's there. Because she can carry it when she is converted to the dragon. So she could take it somewhere. But she's not going to do anything with it at the moment. The knight. Knight goes here. He gets 3 shots to repair, right? Yeah, 3 shots to repair. That's a fail. That is a fail. Oh, geez. That looks like a success. So he does fix the wagon. It's going to steal the points from the druid, who probably should learn his lesson and not try to take those points. He's going to get a buck and 8, one VP and 8 gold or an ale keg. I think he takes the VP. So he takes the VP. That's he gets the wagon. He'll take the gold, I mean. Because that puts him at 12 gold, which is good. That's a good total of gold. It actually ties him with ridiculous. Ties him with the witch. So he gets his 6th card. He has enough gold to score 1.5 because no one has any gold. He takes half a point off the witch and a whole point off of the druid. Because, of course, why aren't we taking points from the druid? 2 there. He gets 7, 8, 9.5. The druid is now down to 2. The elf has 6 only because he got a point sway from him at some point. And the witch has 8, 9, 11.5. And that is our score at the end of the Black Knight's move. The elf goes to here, I believe. Yes. He can hide, it doesn't matter. And, I mean, the druid goes to here, but by then, this thing is gone. No fights. Oh, wait, we do get a fight. I'm sorry. That is not true. This guy prowls, and we do get a fight. So that guy's prowling. Yeah. So he moves. So the knight and the druid are there. I mean, I don't know what the druid's going to do. So I think that's it. I think that's the end of the day. This guy can go either on the knight's sheet or the druid sheet. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's going to go over here. So it's on the knight's sheet. Knight's not hidden. I mean, we have to put it on. This isn't super safe for our guy because that's going to hit us. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to play like this. So he's going to have to go there. So we're going to deploy is what that, and he's going to play like that. So the dragon's target is the archer. And that's bad. That's bad. It's bad. On round 1, that sucks. It sucks a lot. Like if we were doing to do this round 2, we could win this. There would not be an issue. But you got to be hidden and wait till round 2. This puts our guys at risk a little bit. I'm a little bit Sad there that I'm doing this, but so be it. I got to protect Larry. So where does the dragon end up? It ends up, everything ends up staying exactly where it is. The the head doesn't flip, which doesn't matter. Our guys, he stays put. He goes to here. And then we got to look. Larry doesn't flip. The bowman does flip, so the bowman's not going to get a shot at the kill. Um, the longest attack goes first. The longest attack misses, so that's good. That is great. That's actually good news. Because that's the problem with these. The dragons with their heads, they're long enough that it makes a lot of fights more dangerous on round one. Same thing with the giant's club. So this attack misses. Larry then undercuts and kills the dragon. So we do manage to survive that one. And we're going to get 10. And that's 35. We had 4 more. So yeah, 35. So we are slowly keeping this on pace there. So I wonder. Hell, we should go kill the other one and get the 45, but there another fight? I don't think there's any other fights here. I think it is just day 20. I think we are going to. I have the most stupid idea for the Black Knight. The Black Knight decides to become a conqueror and prepares an army to dethrone the king. That's definitely that is definitely something that he might do. What he really wants to do is good. He hates the guard, strangely enough. Although he's really good at killing these guys, believe it or not, he would be really good at kicking these guys around. Surprisingly so. I mean, technically, he could do that. He could denounce the king. He could go, you know what? I don't have anything to give the guy. I'm not going to give him the magic wand. I'm not going to give him the bejeweled vest. I can't do it. I'm not going to give him my weapon or my shield. I'm going to instead denounce the king and go attack these guys. The only danger would be the extra. So the only danger would be the extra guy. The extra guy is a little rough for us. That and their weapons are very long, which does pose a problem for Larry. Larry's weapon is a little shorter, and so round one is dicey for our boys here. Uh, yeah, round one dicey, but he could likely kill probably all of them if he wanted to. That would be a little weird. He's buddies with them normally, and it would literally just be calling the king out, like you said, and then attacking the soldiers would be his play. Feels treacherous. uh feels treacherous. If I had that third knight, that third rogue, oh, that could definitely be a move. What I do want to do is I want to get that extra dragon killed. Because I think we can kill that dragon. I would love to cross 3 bridges because I would get a thing for that. I would love to go here because I would get a chit. I don't think I'm going to get there. Um, I think what I'm going to do is go 1, 2 to the house. So we're definitely going to move to the house. That's going to turn in the shaman. So we're going to get his point that's been sitting out there since week 1. So we're going to get that. I do think we will rest twice. Done. And that's going to give us a little bit of. The other thing you could do is sell the Bejeweled Dwarf Vest to the soldiers. Not only will you get 27 gold, but you'll get 10 prowess. That gives you 45. You become allies with the soldiers because when you sell them a thing, because see the vest, the soldiers want it. If you sell it to them, you go up a level. So he'll become allied with them. So even better. I do like that. That's even better, I think. Let's do a trade with the soldiers. And then I don't even know what they have. They might have something for him. Let's do 2 trades. Keep in mind, on the trades, he rolls a single die because they are scared to death of him, strangely enough. Rightfully so, because you're whispering in his ear to kill them. The Druid has been stymied at many things. And so the Druid needs to get his footing. And this whole tile is cleared. I do think the Druid is going to go. The Druid has to locate the lair. 1, 2, 3. So he will go 1, 2, 3, move into the valley. Then he will search and read his Scroll of Nature. Scroll of Nature has 2 times 2s, 2 3s, 2 2s. One, 2, 1 and 2. Okay, and then Scroll of Nature is here. We'll delete these, put these there instead, because the normal spells don't have all the extra ones. So we're going to try to learn a spell, because if we can get 2 spells, we will take that off of the Witch, and then we can go to the altar and learn 3 spells. That'll essentially be a 3-point move for the Druid. Done. He has to look at the lair also, so that would be 4 points, and that's not terrible. So that's his move. The Elf. I mean, I think he moves. Move. He's going to extra hide. Move to the pool. Might as well at least give it a shot. Done. Keeping in mind, he also has a trophy. 2 trophies that if he goes to a dwelling, which the campfire would count, he could get 10 gold. And that's quite a bit of gold, actually, in this game. In this game, you're talking, that would put him in the lead for gold. So that's a 2-point move right there also. And then the Witch. So the Witch has found the altar. There are 3 treasures left in the altar. I'm going to send my cat here. So that's 1, and then he'll search 3 times to find the shrine. And then I will search, because I am going to try my best to get another treasure out of there. Done. And that is day 20. The King's Soldiers is coming to an end. So if you're going to do something, you got to do it. Oh, I don't know. No one's really had much to do for them. Again, I don't hate your idea, Michael. I just think that I think that doing that move is actually a weirdly better move, and we'll see where it puts him points wise. 3. Ogres, wolves, goblins, octopi. The elf goes first. Now the octopus is gone because she put him. So we're going to hide and then move to the pool. But there is no octopus because the octopus is over here. He prowls over there, but he's over there. The cat is going to move once and search 3 times. He needs double ones. Nope. 1, 2, 3. He doesn't find the shrine. The witch is going to search 4 times, trying to drag treasures out of the altar, or maybe, just maybe, she wants to see what spells are there too. But that's a different beast. She's going to search. She wants that type 2 spell. We're going to loot first. She gets a 4. That's too much. Oop. So that's 1 loot. 2 loots is a fail. Oh, come on. You got this. Nope. 3 loots is a fail. 4 loots, she succeeds. She gets the 3rd treasure in the pile. It is the Sacred Grail, which is interesting because it's a great treasure. So that's one thing which it is. And that's going to give her a point because she has the 2nd most great treasures. That gives her 12.5 points. She could also sell this to the order for 50 prowess, which would give her, well, it's only one, that's one, it would give her 12 gold and 50 prowess. Now, the 50 prowess puts her to 95. She's already in the lead. That would give her the bonus point because you need 60 to get the bonus point. So she would have 3 in prowess. I don't know that it's worth it. I think the Great Treasure might be a better deal right now. Plus, it's a white source. And if she completes the big pilgrimage, she could actually learn to cast a white spell. So, nonetheless, she is, I think, done. I think that was her 3rd. No, she has 4 searches. I think she gets 1 more. I don't know for sure. She doesn't. She doesn't get anything done. So she is done. The Black Knight. So here's the move. He moves into the house. Boom. He is going to trade the bejeweled dwarf vest to the soldiers, who are his friends, right? For 27, he doesn't have to roll. $27. So his trade. So first, if he turns the shaman in for his 7th point. The shot for the Black Knight, 7th point. So he has 10.5 right now. He gets 27 gold. So that gives him 39 gold. He gets 10 more prowess. So that's 45 prowess. So he ties for prowess now. So that's 1.5 points there. She goes down to 1.5. Oops. Oh, darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. There we go. So he has 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So he has 12 points. And she has 9, 10, 11, 12. So he's actually ties for first. And he is now allied with the soldiers. So we can go up here and write this. So not terrible. And he gives them that. And now he's going to go look, of course, at their stuff with his 2nd trade phase because he's allies now. So he figures, Oh, that would be a great. Oh, that would be awesome. Oh, and what's his gold total? His gold total puts him in the lead, right? Yeah, so he actually does take the lead by half a point. Well, by a point, effectively. So he actually has half of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. And I think she drops to 11 and a half. Now, having said that, he's going to try the power boots because the power boots are great for him. So he's going to roll on the ally table. The power boots are 8. If he can get them cheap enough, remember, he only rolls a single die because he is so terrifying. Price times 4, he's not going to buy them for price times 4, though. Done. I might try again tomorrow, though. Black Knight is done. The Druid is going to go, and he moves into the valley, and he's going to read his book. Reading runes, that's a curse, but the Druid is immune to curses, so he doesn't care. So he is done. And that is the day. I don't think there's any monsters. I think we are mostly okay. Goblins, octopus. Yeah, the goblins only appear really in caves. That would be down here. They're not going to appear there. We're good. It is time for. So the King's Soldiers is going to end. We have gray magic in every clearing. That's good for the witch. That's good for the druid. Oh, at the end of the day, the knight is going to. Can he cross 3 bridges? No, not really. Not on the line he's on. He is not on a good. When I say line, I'm talking literally about. I mean, I suppose he could go up. No, they still can't. I mean, if you look, there's a lot of looping in Magic Realm and a lot of crisscrossing that doesn't quite. You can't. So if you're on one line, you're on the top, and if you're on the bottom line, you're underneath this bridge. So, for instance, if you look, he actually can't cross this bridge right now unless he changes lines, is what I always call them. And that would mean loop up. He would go under this bridge. You would literally have to go to the borderlands. Typically, changing lines means going to the borderlands. Typically. Um, so I think he turns in bridge magic and he turns in weapon master. And does he turn in the goblins too? Yeah, I think he turns in the goblins too. I don't. That's not a bad card, but I just don't think that he needs that card. So he's going to get 3 new cards at the end of the day, ending the day in the house. And he gets Giant Slayer, which isn't terrible. Mountain Pilgrim might be hard to complete. And he gets Tiny Hut, which is to place a visitor that's not otherwise disposed. And he can just do that in a valley clearing. So he'll take the Scholar, and just because he's right here, put him here. Done. And he will ditch that and he'll draw a card, but he'll draw it face down. He gets to look at that tomorrow because he would play it normally in the day. So let me rewrite his quests. He's got Giant Slayer. He's got Mountain Pilgrim. And he's got something we don't know. And he is done. And what is he going to do for day 21? So for day 21, I think he is going to hide, move. Well, do you hide, move? Because you're going to roll 2 dice. Could be a lot of dragons in our. Now he's going to hide, move. Done. Move into the lair. The Druid. In the valley, I think he's going to rest twice, search twice through his book. Done. And then the elf is going to extra hide and search 2 times. Done. And the witch is going to hide, move to the shrine, and search twice to see if she can't. And the cat searches. So we're getting a little bold and risky here on day 7. There's gray magic in every clearing, and we're going to roll 2 monster dice and see what comes off the board. 6. It looks like bats come off the board, and goblins, and the octopus comes off the board. Ooh, scary, actually. That actually is scary for the elf, strangely enough. A lot of bats. Oh, those are dragons. That's not bats. Where did I get those damn things? I think I got them here. So that's there, and then this guy comes from here. Done. Which is first, her cat is going to super find the shrine. What do you think? 1? No. 2? No. 3. Done. The cat finds the shrine for the witch. That finally pays off. And now the witch can go. And the witch is just, so she moves once. And she's just going to loot the shrine, I think. Or she does hide, I think. Yeah, I think she hid. So she is going to hide. And she does. So she is hidden. And she's going to loot the shrine 2 times. And the shrine has 1 and a 5. She's going to loot it twice, though, because there are 4 treasures in the shrine. Oh, she had to drop the chest, by the way. Because she can't move if she doesn't drop the chest. She pulls the top card. A lot of double ones now, all of a sudden. She finds the Crypt of the Night. I don't know that that helps her much, but she does find it. So what we do is we put this in the bottom. Make sure people know that it's there. The witch drops the chest before she moves. And she is going to abandon it, essentially, and make sure that no one, like she, puts it in the bush or something, right? But she finds the Crypt of the Night. Done. But now, let's see, do bats appear here? We get Howl 4. So yes, we're going to get a bat. We get Smoke. No. I don't think we're not going to get goblins or anything because this isn't caves. We will get the bat here, though. So she does get a bat. It's a little annoying. But she is done. But that's it, I think. I think it's just going to be bats that appear. The elf hides and then searches 2 times, I believe. He does hide, so he is hidden. He has 2 searches to find the pool. He needs a 4 or a 1, and he gets a 4. So the elf finds the pool. And now he's going to loot the pool to do deep diver. But he gets a 6. That's not going to do it. Oh, it does. It does do it. So he gets the 6th card. He has to fatigue. He gets the Withered Claw. Lame. That's a lame one. But he does get the Withered Claw. He does have to fatigue one. And he'll fatigue that one. And then the octopus shows up. Ooh, scary. But because he drew a treasure, he does score Deep Diver. And that is an extra point for him. So that is his 6th point. 7th overall, his 6th card and 7th point overall. And he's got to decide whether risking the octopus is worth it. The problem with the octopus is if he becomes unhidden, the octopus sees him and he cannot actually do anything after that point. Druid's going to rest 2 times. Rest and rest. Search 2 times and read runes. He needs a 4 to make any actual impact. Here are the spells there. We got to get through the type 3s first. It's like turning pages. So a 4, 3, 2, or 1 would be great. He gets a 3. Does he get any? No, he doesn't get anything to read. So he awakens and learns the spell. He cannot learn this spell, so he awakens it. It's Fleetfoot. He does it again. He awakens this spell. It's Sleep. Both good spells. Now he's to the ones he wants, but his day is over, unfortunately. And the Black Knight. What's the Black Knight doing? Hiding twice, moving to the lair. He does. He moves to the lair. The bat travels to him. Done. So what we're going to do is drag these over. I think this is the only it's the elf has to decide. You have to roll a 2 or a 1 to kill an unarmored tremendous. Again, you're just racing the clock. It's literally a 50-50 shot because it's slightly in your favor. You have a 1/3 chance versus a 30% chance. You edge out by 3%. The chance that the octopus gets you before, sees you before you kill it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the tried and true cheesy trick, which is wait till round 2, so that if I don't kill the octopus, the combat ends. So we'll ready our bow. We'll do the ambush game just like before. The bow is readied. We need a 1 or a 2 to get the missile roll to kill the tremendous octopus. Well, we're going to get that 1 or a 2. No, we get a 4. So we don't kill it, but the combat is over because we stalemated. So done. Black Knight does not have, well, he also has that option, but he is also going to wait till round 2. He gets to flip that over. He gets Lucky Day, which is a reroll for certain things. So round 2, we are also going to flip. We're going to and the reason is because on round 2, this guy, I think, is an auto kill if we play it like this. And we can take the bat. And even though, so we're going to ready our weapon on round 1 and play a heavy. And it doesn't matter what move we play because he's going to hit us. So we're hoping to line up and kill the bat, even though he will hit us and damage our stuff. But we're definitely hoping, because this will auto hit, but it's slower than the axe. So he's going to hit him, but only after the axe already kills him. So we're good here. So let's just hope that we don't line up. So he goes to here. Does the bat flip? Yes. So he flips to his slower attack side. So he hits us. He doesn't damage this armor, but he does wound us. And so we're going to take that chip and wound it. And we take the wound. Done. This guy, everything stays put. Does the head flip? The head does not flip. Because this is round 2 and not round 1, our weapon speed is faster. So this goes and hits the body of the dragon and kills the dragon. Done. There you go. So that guy is killed. He's going to lure the bat on round 3. We're going to ready our weapon again, just like this. And we'll play it here to give us a 2/3 chance to cap the bat. 1, so he lines up. It doesn't matter what the bat does. The bat's going to die to the axeman's axe. He flips, by the way. Done. And so we're going to kill a tremendous dragon and a bat. And bat, and that is worth 13 prowess. And 13 prowess is going to bring us to 48. Why do I have 45 down? Yeah, I feel that's not correct. Oh, because he sold the oh. He got 10 here. He has 58. I'm sorry. Again, I'm keeping bad score, guys. He sold the thing to the soldiers. That gave him 10 more prowess. So that's the 45. Now he has 58. Very close to the bonus. Also, Mountain Pilgrim wants him to go to the mountain, the ledge, and the cliff. And he has spent a day, he has spent time in the ledge. So he's got one of those 3. I don't know that he'll get the others, but he does at least have one of those 3. The cliff's all the way down here, and so on. So not great. The shaman is done because we dropped him off here. Right, we did score the shaman, we did. So done and done. Great for the night. The elf missed, of course, on his day 2 attack. Everyone else is good to go. And I think that's where we end the week, actually, is 58. So the Black Knight has 2 points in prowess because he is absolutely winning prowess now. And so that brings him to 13 points. Drops the witch to 11 points. So she is behind. But both of those look like they are shoo-ins to move on here as we're going to move into the last week. The King's Bounty, the King's Soldiers is over. Wasn't scored. The Shaman has been scored. We do still have a Spider Bounty in effect. Oh, and I will say, since the Druid walked through... Oh, it's the Elf. Yeah. Nope, Druid didn't get anything. Druid just having a rough time. Not a great universe here for the Druid, but he should you know. So end of the week, I am going to take a quick break here. I'll put up my grabbing a drink, and maybe I will grab a drink, and I will talk to y'all. Oh, in a couple minutes. So don't don't leave. Most folks have left already at this late date, this late hour. I will talk to y'all in a bit. All right. Well, yeah, it took 2 hours to get through week three. Week three was sort of a wacky, and I ranted a lot. So, you know, I do think like, before we do anything else, his card is gone. So we did complete that card. He gets lucky day. Okay. I mean, that does sort of mini change his plan. Weirdly enough. So yeah, so he could hide and search right one more time and draw a treasure two out of the pool, and be mostly safe. Um, I'm just not super jazzed about where he is at. So he has lucky day instead of deep diver. And this last week, I usually look. So I was drinking. What was I drinking? I was drinking Angel's Envy Triple Oak. I switched over to Maker's Mark. No, I'm not a big Maker's Mark fan typically. I don't hate it. It is okay, but it's not a bourbon that I would typically buy. It's a little, and I like a boozy I like boozy stuff, but that is alcohol, very alcohol forward in a way that the Angel's Envy isn't. Even Knob Creek really isn't, except for the super high proofs. Like for the proof, it is way boozier than it needs to be. I think so. It has a little aftertaste, which I do not love. But I got a bottle as a gift. I will drink it, if nothing else, than to contemplate what it's doing. So yeah. So let's get this last week out the door. We still have a spider bounty. We also have three more events. The last ones. We have a dead adventurer, a goblin bounty now, and a porter. Porter's sort of lame, actually. Let's look up a dead adventurer and a porter. A porte, and a dead adventurer. The porter is at the small campfire, so we don't even know where he is. Like we haven't even seen him. He is there. The dead adventuring body, so that goes here. The dead adventurer is 4-5, cliff 5, all the way down here. So that last week really changes almost nothing for the crew here. Almost nothing. Um, all right, let's see what we got. And hold on one second. Close that door. Sorry. So the Black Knight has Giant Slayer, Mountain Pilgrim. I don't think we're getting Mountain Pilgrim. That's again. I mean, you could make a quick run down to the cliff, but then getting to the mountain, I think you would literally take the rest of the game. So I think that one is mostly out. The question is, how's he going to score points? Is there a way to get a giant on the board? I don't really see one. You would need a mountain tile and roar right down here and sting. The giants are all down there in the cliff, and then whatever's in here, I bet you, are giants. So I don't think he's getting Giant Slayer either. So I think the Black Knight needs to figure out. I mean, he's in the lead, and that's great. But I think he wants to do two things: figure out how to get cards, and try to keep. Oh, keep in mind, he actually has lost a little bit because he's no longer in the lead in gray. Oh, I didn't realize that. No longer in the leading great treasures. He only has one. So he is tied. That's 12 and a half. And she's going to have 11 and a half points. So she is a little closer than I thought she was, right? 8, 9, 10, 11 and a half done. She's a point behind. I don't think it super matters. He just needs to beat the elf to get into the next round. So it's not a huge deal. But, you know, bragging rights and all that. I don't love it. So I think, and this is rough because you only have so many days. You have 7 more days, and though a lot can happen in 7 days, you don't have that much time. You just don't. And so I think the Black Knight, but I do want those extra points. I do. How do we get them? Maybe you end up here, hoping to draw something out of there. And where did the other demon go? Like that. I thought we stalemated a fight and then I lost a chit. Like, did I delete the chit? Did I? I might have screwed that up. I might have a mess on my hands. I don't see that chit anywhere. And it is a little weird. Sometimes chits like fall under, kind of quote unquote, go away. Or I could just have highlighted it and deleted it. I swear to you, goblins, bandits. Oh, the elf killed everything. So what did the elf kill? The elf killed a flying demon and the T spider, and then that thing sort of disappeared. The other demon just disappeared. He's not on the sheet and he's nowhere. So I'm going to resurrect him and put him here because that's where I thought he was. So okay. Um all good. So I think the Black Knight is going to, so he either heads back to the house, just takes one day to get his cards and see what's what. And maybe he gets something like locate the horde or something like that, which he can actually try to get done, or spend a phase at the campfire, or so I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna head back. We're gonna move back to the house. We're gonna rest. Done. The Druid, sort of a rough game for the Druid, and I'm not feeling great about anything. I will take 4 searches real quick to see if I can't get that book to work for me. Done. The elf has gotten his diver because of Lucky Day. I'm going to extra hide and search. Done. Because I can just re-roll it if I fail it. And the witch, well, she's found the shrine and she's found the altar. So she has pilgrimage right now. The question is it worth? Is it worth it trying to get back to the chapel? And I'm going to say no. She could literally visit all 3. I don't think I'm selling this. I don't know that that's worth it. Although it's worth it now because she would literally get 3 points in prowess if she sold the Grail. So she would get 2 points and lose a point and a half. So that's interesting, right? I do love those kind of trade-offs as well. Like I love that weird vibe of she's going to sell the great treasure, so she loses that point and a half that she has, but she would get 2 because she would win prowess, and that would be a point. Plus, she would have the bonus, so that would be a second point. So she would get 2. She would actually get, it would be a net gain of a half of a point. And but also a gain for the a net gain and a half of a point for the Black Knight. So she would actually be giving up half a point to the Black Knight as well. And so I don't know how I feel about that. Like that actually puts him a little bit. It doesn't get her any better, although it would because she would win prowess. So it'd be a net gain of a half a point, and she would largely take it from him. So that would put them again on even footing. Oh, God, that is so tempting. And if she visits the chapel, she's going to get 2 points because she will score the better version of pilgrimage, which is to visit the chapel, the altar, and the shrine. And she could also learn another spell. Oh, God, that would be a huge coup because she would get another half a point there, too. Oh, okay. So then, if that is the case, I know what she is going to do. She is going to use it. She's going to burn color magic, black magic, to transform into the dragon. Then she's going to fly to the valley. She's going to land there. She's going to hide once, and that's fine. And what is the order? Unfriendly or an enemy? So they'll be neutral to her. I'd be wrong. If I look back at the footage, it doesn't look like there's ever a demon on that space. Hey, Nikki P, what's up, man? How are you? How are you doing? Um, I mean, I've lost the demon, Nick. Like I literally, he's gone. That chit is gone. He was here once. The elf came and shot 2 of them and then stalemated the fight. And I just don't know what happened after that. So on this day, right here, he moved into that space and killed the 6-point spider, and he killed the 8-point flying demon, but failed to kill the tremendous demon. And then I lost him forever. And what I probably did was I probably deleted a chit and just had him selected also, and then deleted that chit as well. So that's why I put him there. That's why I think he's there. It just struck me as, where the heck is the demon? Because he should either be up here or on the board or on this board, and he's none of those 3 places. So I think he's there, and that's fine. That's fine. So I think so this is weird, but I think she's going to fly to the valley. Now she has the patrol and the lancers to deal with. What does she feel about the patrol and the lancers? She's not like the lancers either. And the lancers, can the lancers kill her? I think the answer is no. I think as a tremendous flyer, she is unkillable by the lancers. She's killable by these guys. They could kill the heck out of her. So she's not going to do that. So I think what she's going to do is she is going to fly in. And my house rule is you cannot land on spaces that don't exist on the board. So these don't exist because they do not connect at all. So she has to land here or here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to land her and then move her to 1. Because either that move doesn't count because she can't move to 1 because she's already in 1, or she's in the chapel and moves off the chapel. And the reason I'm doing that is simply to not, so that she doesn't have to fight, right? She can't do anything today because so she's just going to do that, and she's going to fly, and she's going to land there, done. And then, whatever, right? I think you might have left the demon in the elf's player sheet. That's a good question. There he is. Oh, there he is. Damn it, there he is. Yeah, you get darn it. Thanks. you you've 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 made me realize that I'm losing it slowly. But so be it. Anyway, so we're gonna move there and then be done with the day. And then the next day we're gonna walk in and do our big move, and we'll see how crazy that all goes. I'm good. I'm good. I'm a little nervous about this trip. Like, it makes me anxious in ways that it probably should not make me anxious. I don't like traveling far and being away and, not speaking a language. Like, all that bothers me. Having said that, it will be nice to see you. It'll be interesting, I think, and a thing which I have not done and will never do again. So, all cool, man. Now, are you going to be able to meet us at the airport, or are you going to meet us somewhere else? I suppose is my question. And that's up to you. Don't feel pressure. All right, so we've got day 22 moving for all characters here. And so let's get a monster roll. 5. So spiders are out. Remember, we still have a bounty, so that's good for characters, but I don't know that we're going to get any spiders where we're at. The elf is going to hide and search twice, and this is lucky day, so he gets to re-roll this. I don't know. You'll have to ask your mother. So he blows it, so that means he's stuck. So he's going to re-roll that with lucky day, and he does get it. Whew, okay, that's good. So let's burn this card. Ask your mom. Not now. She's probably sleeping. Ask her tomorrow, and he gets thief. So lucky day goes away, and he gets thief. Thief. If you do meet us, now don't get me wrong. Again, I'm no pressure, but if you do meet us, that obviously helps us then navigate all the crap at the airport and so on, because you have done all of this once before. We're gonna now loot the pool 2 times. 5 or less to loot the pool, we get a 3. The glowing gem. That's pretty cool. We have the fatigue, of course. And so we're going to fatigue with that. And then we'll draw one more time. And we get a 6, but that doesn't draw. And we don't have the fatigue. Done. And we are done with the day. The Black Knight goes back to the house, rests twice. Going to turn in his cards. We're going to rest the fights. No, 1 fight, 1 move. Done. And that's it. He's going to turn his cards in. I'll keep Lucky Day. Mountain Pilgrim and Giant Slayer are going. We're going to burn through those bad boys here and see if we just can't get any draw. Dragon Slayer, that is one we can do. And a Dig in the Ruins. We could do that one also. I don't know if we can do both. So we get Dragon Slayer and Dig Site. And we have to roll a d6 for Dig Site. It is in Ruin 2. What is Ruins 2? Ruins 2 is there. Oh, it's tempting, isn't it? It's tempting. It's very tempting. Dragon Slayer would largely mean bum rushing the high pass and hoping the dragons come to us, pretty much, is what that means. So, yeah, I don't know. Don't know. We'll have to see what that looks like here tomorrow. But he is good today. killed some stuff. Hold on, not today, but before. Black Knight is done. The Druid is going, and the Druid is going to make this book work for him. That's what we said. We said we're going to make this book work for us. So now that the spells that we want are exposed, we could use to roll a 3 or less. That's a fail. 1, 2. He gets a 2. With that awaken and learns a spell, he's going to learn Woodskin. I don't love this spell. I feel it is well, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's actually very useful because if you do it as a character, you are armored on all locations. It's unbreakable, so it is tremendous plus armor. It is the best armor in the game. It's on all locations, which means nothing can absolutely kill you. It's always going to hit you and wound you. So actually there's a lot of characters that's great on all of a sudden. But he learns it, so that's a spell for him. So that's good. And that is what? That is, I think, the second roll. Third roll? No. Fourth roll. Come on, give me a 1, 2, or 3. No. And so he does not get. And technically, that spell's still with the book. I just figured no one else is probably getting the book, so we'll keep that on top and done. So he gets a spell. So he is tied with the Druid is tied with the Witch. So the Witch now gets 1.5 points. The Druid gets 1.5 points. So he's up to 3.5, which is not really saying much. And she is down to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So she's actually down a little bit. He took a point, half a point from her. But now it is the Witch's turn. I did not roll. I did not do anything for the cat. I think the cat is mostly a non-entity at the moment, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to put him aside for now, or I'll leave him here. I don't know what I want to do with him. She burns a chit, and she's going to fly here. And then it doesn't matter where she lands because she's going to. Her next move is move to 1. So she lands 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She lands in the chapel and then walks to there. Done. And she just does that to make sure she is out of the way of everything momentarily. And that is day 22. It's day 23. I don't think there's a fight. Yeah, no fights. No nothing. The elf is hidden, so there's no fight there. Do we go for the dig site? So the Black Knight has a dig site at 2. So let me grab a chit for him real quick and put it on 2. And the other chit, which I had, goes away because he doesn't actually need that. So do we go for the dig site or do we go for Dragon Slayer? Dragon Slayer has the disadvantage that he's on the wrong line. If you remember, he's on this line. He needs to be up here. But if you roll dragons, of course, anytime while he's in there, they're going to come to him, which is what he would be hoping for mostly. I mean, if you get super lucky and find everything tomorrow, just bam, and just do it tomorrow, that's day 23. Then he can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Day 24, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Day 25, he could spend 2 or 3 days in there. And hope for the best. So you might get 2 points. I doubt it, but you might. I'm going to use the fact that we have Lucky Day and go that route. So we're going to move into the ruin. And we're going to search for that secret path. Done. To try to get to the dig site. And we're going to use Lucky Day when we can. So that is the Black Knight's move. I think we're going to do one more all day. Try to get that last spell. Actually, I tell you what exactly what we're going to do. So we're actually going to do something slightly different. We're going to move to the layer and then do 3 searches because you can just record a search and then at the end, then while you're doing them, go, I want this search to do this thing. And that is loot or peer or locate or read runes. And so by moving to the layer, he now has options as to what he can use that search for. I should have done that yesterday, but so be it. The elf is getting out of dodge. So he will. So where is he going is my question. Thief, what does he need for thief? He needs someone that he is unfriendly or an enemy with. That would still be the order or the scholars or the lancers. So that means he's going to run here the next that night, and so he's going to have 4 moves. So he'll go 1, 2, 3, extra hide, but he can't get to here. So he will 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. So he'll move 3. So move, and then he gets a rest phase out of it. He does get an extra high, but it doesn't matter. So that's what he's going to do. And he is done with his writing of the move. The witch is going to hide twice, move to the chapel, and trade with the order. And that's going to be her move. And we'll see how that all plays out. She should score pilgrimage. That should be 2 points. So that's going to score her 2. And she's going to have a big shift. This is going to be a clunky day as far as score goes. But I think she takes the lead by selling the grail, which is weird. And I think that's the day. So let's see what is rolled for today. Spiders again, but we're trying to get spiders. So yeah, she's going to move. She's going to hide 2 times. She fails once. I'd rather her not fail twice. And she does not fail twice. So she is good. So she's hidden. She goes in there. She's going to sell to the order. Now, the fact, because she is selling them a thing they want, she doesn't have to roll anything. She gets 12 gold, so she has 24. She gets 50 prowess. That takes her to 95 prowess. She sells the grail to the order. She loses the great treasure. She no longer has a great treasure. So that's going to take her to 0 great treasures. And it's going to wipe out these points. And then he's going to go actually to 2, strangely enough. So he ends up at 13. And then she goes 6, 7, 8, 9.5. Ugh, that's horrible. But hold on. Because first off, she scored Pilgrim times 2. So that's 2 more points. So her cards go to 8. She is winning prowess and has taken points off of everyone else. Gold, she is not winning gold, but she does, and she gets a second point. She does get a second gold point, but that's neither here nor there. And she, for pilgrimage, is going to learn the spell. I don't know why. Some of these cards just don't play well with the other cards. Like their textures don't work. I don't know what that is. Troll Slayer is obviously one of those, strangely. She's going to learn a type 1 spell, so she gets a random one. Oh, and she just needs a whole deck because we already put one out there, supposedly. Because it's random. The one she learns is random. She learns vision, and she must convert a chit to learn it. And she is going to convert This chit. And I don't know who has one, but let's pretend the Pilgrim has one. Not a lot of characters have a lot of white chits, right? So, but the Pilgrim does have the chit we need, which is white for 1 asterisk. Because we're going to take this chit, this 8, and convert it. So we do learn a spell. That is our second spell. That's going to make this 2. Bring the Druid down to 1 because we can't not screw over the Druid. So she gets 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13 points. He has 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points. So we've actually taken the lead by selling the great treasure. And she gets locate the horde, which she could do. Maybe she will. Maybe she will, because all she has to do is go fly back, and get to a place there. Done. So that was her move, and that's it. That's literally, we just started the day. So there you go. Druid's turn. The Druid moves to the lair, so he's just going to move, and he is going to roll his searches. So we need a 3, 2, or 1 to read runes. And he gets it. So first thing he gets it, we're just going to take that card. Boom. He's got this card. He is going to have learned 2 spells also, Witch's Brew. Lame. It's a lame spell for most games. But he learns it. That's his second spell. Oh, and she gets a bonus point. So she actually has 3 points in prowess because she has scored the bonus because she has more than 60 prowess. So that's her 14th point. She needs to just go to sleep at this point. But the Druid is going to wrest back that half point from her, which is sort of funny, actually. Because he has 2 spells now done. They're tied. He gets 3.5. And she actually goes to what? 13.5? 11, 12, 13.5. A lot of movement in the scores. And that was his what? First roll. Or second roll. Doesn't matter. The third roll, he's going to search for the lair. 4 or a 1, and he doesn't get it. I'll give him the extra roll because I don't remember. He doesn't get it. Done. So he is done. He hasn't located the lair. That's where he's at. Does anything appear? Spiders? You could actually get Cairn, but there he's dead. Spider's dead. So no spiders. Done. These 2 are done. The elf goes. The elf is going to hide. Well, the elf has to move first. Then he's going to hide. His extra hide. He's going to go here and rest. And he's going to pull the move chit back. Done. And he is done. And nothing appears because he's not in a place where anything can appear. And the Black Knight is going to move to the ruin and search. So the Black Knight moves here, and he's going to search. He needs a 3, 2, or 1. Nope, that's 1, 2, 3. Lucky day. He's going to re-roll that one. That's going to... No, and he doesn't get it. But he does burn lucky day. And that's good for him because he gets a card out of it. Just finished hyper tanking. My boy, my feet are cold. Hey, how you doing, TV? Good to see you. Where were you earlier? I need some conversation here. Like, Michael just poked me to bitch about Wizards of the Coast. And my lovely son is here. Pointing out my poor perception, playing COH. Oh, there you go. You were hyper tanking. You absolutely were hyper tanking. I don't think we have anything showing up anywhere. I think we are done with the day. So we're not quickly closing this week out, but we are closing this week out here. We're getting there. I think my problem with this week right now is that this I think this is mostly a done deal. I think you have two winners. I think the Witch and the Black Knight move on, and no one else is going to move on. It's largely just what happens to everybody in the interim. The Black Knight is going to search to try to get that that path found. The Druid is going to search to get the lair found. The Elf is moving. Sure, we're going to move 1-2 hide 1-2. So we're going to extra hide and then move, and we're going to be with the demons. Done. The Witch, she's just pulled off her mystical magical tour there. And again, I don't think the Lancers can attack. I mean, she could kill them. I was playing a Keld. Odd callback to a brief missive with you and Scott. I got the mark and recall accolade. Very funny. I don't like Chaldeans. I just couldn't get into them. Magical Mystery Tour. No, she just came and, like I said, she just pulled off a little coup. The last turn was great for her. She's got she got Pilgrim. She scored a ton of points there just by selling the Sacred Grail to her. Oh, and the Order are neutral. So for what it's worth, for the Witch, the Order are neutral. So that's pretty cool for her. So there you go. So they don't hate her anymore. They don't love her, but they don't hate her anymore. So what's she gonna do now? Again, she has Locate the Horde, she has Troll Slayer. I think she burns the chit, so she's going to burn color, and she's going to fly, and then hide, essentially. So she's going to just... Oh, and she ends her day. Technically, she ends her day here in the chapel, so she could burn those two cards and get new cards. She might as well do it just because it's sort of... She has Locate the Altar and Danger Sense. Well, geez, that weirdly changes her vibe because she already has found the altar. All she has to do is stop there once. She's going to fly to here still because nothing's going to appear here. Figure out where she is and then figure out if she's going to run back to the altar. Done. That's what she's going to do. She's going to fly to the ruin and see what happens from there. But she'll be out of black magic, so no cool dragon action. So we'll make sure. I get that vibe when I drink too much. Speaking of, cheers. Druid, Witch, Elf, and the Knight. So the Druid is going to search for the lair this time. That was so close. But the Druids had bad luck this game. One, and he finds it the second time. Done. So he has found the lair. So that is Locate the Lair. So that's worth a point for him. It's his third point. And he now has 4. Oh, I don't know why that is not doing what I need it to do. Oof. I don't know what the hell's going on there. There we go. That's his 4.5 point. But he does get to loot it twice. So we're going to loot the lair 2 times and hopefully draw something interesting out of it. And he gets the second card. the battle bracelets. Not that great, but so be it. That's one. The 6th card out of the lair. It's the Book of Lore. Again, not interesting for our guy. So there you go. That's done. He is done and done. And he's found his, so he is out of there. The witch is going to fly, fly, fly. Oh, she does hide. She does hide. But where does she land is the question. She lands in 5. So that's here. So that's not bad. That's not terrible. And she is done. And I don't think anything appears because we got spiders. The elf is going here with one or more hides in place. Just one. And he succeeds. So he will probably try to cap that demon while we're... and then the Black Knight, does anything appear there? The cairns would draw spiders if any of them were alive. The Black Knight is searching for the path to his dig site. 1, fail. He needs a 3, 2, or 1. 2, fail. 3 is a fail. 4th is a fail. So we're all done. It is day 25. The knight's going to have to search again. The druid has located the lair. So he does get a point. He gets to toss this card. He gets explore the caves. Never going to happen at this rate. At this late in the game, not going to happen. We will search and loot the lair, pretty much, is what we're going to do. Oh, the elf's going to fight the demon that night. I'm sorry. So before he writes his move, let's fight the demon. We're ambushing the demon. So we're going to use, we're going to use this chit to flip the bow. We're going to fire with this. We need a 1 or a 2 to kill the demon. We get a 2, demon is dead. So we're going to score demon. That's worth 8 prowess. It's not enough to make a dent in the scores that we have, because he is behind, as you'll see. The Black Knight has 58 prowess, and the Witch has 95 prowess. But we did kill him. In which case, we're going to move. We're going to hide, and we're going to move to the chapel. So we're going to extra hide, move twice to the chapel, and we are going to... Dear God, demon. We're going to search twice. And those searches are going to be to steal from the Lancers, which we don't like. And done. So he is done. The Witch, we know that nothing's going to appear here because all the dragons are dead or on the board. So we are very much, and since this tile only draws dragons, we're pretty much... we can act with impunity. So we're going to go 1, stealing what you should have been buying. 1, 2, but we can't really go any further because we can't move into a cave. So we're going to move, and then we're going to rest once. We're going to use our last potion here that we have to get an extra spell phase, and then we're going to spell. And that's a spell X, meaning it doesn't do anything. It's wacky. It's magic realm logic. And then we will rest this shit and flip it so we have 2 black magic in case we need to turn into a dragon. Done. And that's where we're going to end up. So we're going to end up here with some black magic, and then we're going to head in to hopefully find the horde and score our last point of the game here. So let's roll a monster roll. Again, we could, the force part is we could call it right now. Like we know who's winning what. So the Witch is going to do her thing. She ends up here, and this comes back and flips, and she is done. The knight searching to find that silly path. That's 1. He gets 4 of these. 2. He's failing twice. He fails 3 times. Are we really going to spend our... Yep, we're going to spend our entire last week looking for this path. Done. The Druid is looting the damn lair. That's what he's going to do. 4 times. We're looting the lair. He needs a 5 or less. Gets a 4. He gets the toadstool ring. That's 1. 2. Nope. It's a 6. 3. Nope. Come on. Nope. He needs a 4 or less because there's 4 cards. So he will take the toadstool ring. He gets an extra enchant phase. He'll take it. That's fine, but it's not going to do him any good. The elf hides, moves to the chapel. So we'll see if he hides. Let's roll. He needs not a 6, and he gets not a 6. And he's going to search 2 times to loot. I think he needs a 4 or a 1. Nope. And we're going to get this. No, he doesn't get it. So he does not get the looting. And then she moves, and she, yeah, so, no, it's not her. It's the Druid's done, and the elf is done. So, yeah, we've finished the day. Did anything appear? Any bats appear? He doesn't draw any, so no. She doesn't draw any. The knight. Where is the black knight? So no one draws any creatures, and we are on to day 26. The black knight, just because, is going to search for the damn path again. What is the druid going to do? Can he do anything else? He's located the lair. There's not really anything for him to do now. He is sort of done. So we'll search again. We'll loot the lair as much as we can. He doesn't have locate lair, by the way. He has explore caves, which is pointless at this point. The elf. Want the black knight to win. I don't know why. Is there a build Stonehenge option for the druid? No. Having said that, there are quests that you could picture, right? It's plant your flag, for instance. You could do that. I don't think the Black Knight can catch her in the state he's in, but I do get it. The elf's going to hide, search, and he's going to try to get that thief. Does the elf want to get rid of any cards? That's a good question. Yeah, I think we're going to get Troll Slayer and ditch Troll Slayer. That's a good point. He's not going to ditch Ancient Scrolls. He's going to keep that just in case, right? If he draws from the Lancers, he could draw a treasure with magic on it. Oh God, ugh. He gets Pub Crawl. Pub Crawl, for those of you that have not watched me play this, is visit all of these dwellings. Pub Crawl. No, it's Pub Crawl for the loss. Hey, what's up, Scott? How are you, man? Yeah, it's a terrible time to join. We're mostly done. The Black Knight and the Witch are moving on. Everyone else is just here for the ride, sir. How are you? Good to hear it. Good to hear it. I am very sorry about our timing. It just all didn't work out. I actually have I had the same conversation with my boss today. I'm sorry about this vacation. It all didn't work out. We got this going on and this going on, and I really but I'm leaving. I'm leaving town for a little bit. So there you go. So I think the elf's gonna search, but he does turn in his cards. I want to drive the mountains and get drunk while doing the fireside chat with you. That's awesome. We should totally do that. We should do that. Absolutely. No, I enjoyed our last chat. I did get bitched at, by the way, by someone in comments. You know that, don't you? Did I tell you that? Did I? I got bitched at someone in the comments who said, "Oh man, you're a terrible interview. You gotta let this guy talk, and you're laughing at your own jokes, and and talking over." And I'm like, and I said, and I didn't say anything because ultimately, I have done the early internet, and I have argued with people over the internet, and I always feel bad about myself after I'm done, regardless of what is said. So I said nothing. But what I thought was, have you watched this channel? Ever? Like ever? Have you ever watched this channel? What you got? What were you think? What you couldn't have expected anything else? Um, I don't. What right? And the answer is, oh, the elf. I will say the elf does get to turn his treasure, his trophies in because he has 2 spiders. So that's going to give him 10 more bucks. So we give him a little bit. And I do think, I mean, look, if I was doing a professional, honest to God interview, then you're right. I probably should shut up more and let you talk more. And I thought you talked quite a bit. That's not disparaging. That is absolutely expected, and I enjoyed the shit out of it. Um, but, yeah, no, you did. We talked quite a bit, and but I thought I was more looking for the conversation vibe, and I thought we did it. It's two dudes on crack. No, no, no. Vying, right? We were longing for attention. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the heck out of it. I thought it was good. I thought it was good, for the game. Not that anyone, not that anyone was watching who wasn't going to buy the game anyway. But I thought it was a great talk. I thought we talked a lot about what you wanted to talk about. I thought we covered all the questions that I had. I thought it was pretty good stuff. I totally take the guy's criticism, by the way. Having said that, not going to change for this next one. I don't, it's just not, what, I don't, it's not happening. So, same thing. I feel the same thing. I will prepare some questions. I have to think about what to do. I'll have some time, though, and we will do that. I do think I'm going to do one thing here, and I am going to, so 17, 20, I can make 25 more gold. I am going to trade. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to search out first, and then we will figure that out in a minute. Um, but I mean, I do hope, like I said, I do hope that you got something out of it also, Scott, because that I would feel bad if you had felt you didn't, because it was probably more helpful to my channel than your game, frankly, if I'm to be totally honest, since the game is a lot bigger than this YouTube channel. So I do thank you, but yeah, I'm glad to do it again, and it was a great time. And if it wasn't fun, I wouldn't do it, by the way, because, but it was. So I'll get some questions together. Um, yeah, I did want to ask you about that. The other thing I did want to ask you thought about was, and the cash. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I had a great Applebee's trip. I did want to ask you because I was thinking about I was gonna do a sort of Book of Quests Barbarian Prince thing for Dragons Down. I don't know that it needs it or that it, but I just wanted to try it. And the one thing I was doing, the sort of the vibe would be, can you negotiate with all of the various leaders of the native groups? Not with natives. I was actually thinking for this for just the ones that exist, because I wasn't thinking about natives when we did it, but I'll have to think about that also. Can you negotiate before the usurper sends his envoys to negotiate with them, right? So the idea would be you're on an explore map with some of the map done. You were trying to find the various dwellings and then either perform diplomacy or perform a quest for them before the envoys, which would happen with events, get there and then start whispering, worm-tonguing in their ear. And my question to you was going to be, what's a good diplomacy mechanic? I was thinking something along the lines of the haggle mechanic, right? Because the haggle mechanic's a great mechanic, right? It's a very easy mechanic to sort of work, and it's easy to fit in, and it plays to the character's skills. Like if you're the half-orc trying this, then you obviously are going to be at a deficit, so you're probably going to try to go for doing the tasks and the quests, whereas a character like the bard might try to weasel his way to each of these things and charm them to joining his side, right? And I'm trying to think of all the various things to do, but again, I'm trying to think of a diplomacy mechanic that uses haggle, but maybe has one or two twists, something to think about as we go forward. And I'm going to try to put that together. I started a Word doc, so we'll try to get that together. And I'm going to have a lot of time, so I'll bring a notebook and start writing some stuff too. In the meantime, let me. I'm going to finish this damn game because I am wasting all of your time. So, day 26, the witch is going to move in. So she's going to move to a 6 to the horde, and she's going to search. And if anything shows up, she's going to eat it with her massive jaws. People are bored. No, don't apologize. It's all good. Again, strangely enough, I'm going to, I do exactly what I do on this channel, and if you like it, that's great, and I'm glad you're here, and if not, that's fine too. And there's a lot of actual professional people on YouTube doing real, honest-to-God professional entertainment. The Druid is first, and like I said, I think we've given up for the Druid. He is looting the lair until we're done. He's get 4 shots. I'm thinking if he draws, maybe he draws a great treasure or something. Cloak of Mist, extra hide phase, woohoo! So that's 1. I should keep them up there because he gets 4 of these. 1, 2, but that's going to be a fail because he needs a 3 or less. That's a fail. 3, 4. What's 5? No, he fails every time. So done. He gets the Cloak of Mist, which is extra hide phase, which is great for him, actually. I think what he actually does is, except for the Scroll of Nature, he's gonna well, he could sell it. He's gonna go back and sell all of these and see what gold total he can get to. He's got 11 gold right now. He might be able to squeeze a point out of gold. I was hoping to squeeze one out of treasures. He might squeeze one out of gold. He is done. The Black Knight is searching for that darn path. He's quickly running out of days. He needs a 3, 2, or a 1. He gets it. So first thing, he gets this. Okay. Such is Magic Realm. So he finds 2, 1 Enchanted Ruins. Done. It is the elf's turn. The elf is hiding and then trying to steal stuff off of the Lancers. Let's hide. He succeeds. Let's thieve. He gets 4 shots. 4 or a 1, done. He is stolen. So the elf is going to score thief. Oops. Oh, geez. Hide. 1, 2, 3, 4. He scores thief. And that's going to give him a VP, so he gets a quote-unquote a card point there, which brings him to 7. I keep screwing his score up. But he does get a treasure also, so let's get him the treasure. He gets Woodsman. Oh, hold on. He might actually be able to score that. Oh, no, Small Campfire. No one knows where the Small Campfire is. It is in one of the One of it's in one of these. No one's going to find that. He does get a treasure off of the Lancers, though. So we're going to draw that card. And he gets the Death Gloves, which is actually great. Doesn't help him at this juncture, but it is great. And that is his day. And now it is the witch's turn, and the witch moves in and she searches for the hoard, but she does not find the hoard. And she is done. And I don't think anything appears. I don't think we're in a position because the cairn is dead. This is done. So we are done. So we are quickly moving to the last couple days here. The 27th day means he moves to the site, the dig site, and then searches 3 times to find the site. He is going, the druid is going to 1-2 move to the house. So he's going to extra hide, move to the house, and he is going to trade. And he'll trade twice. Now, does he like the soldiers? He doesn't mind the soldiers. He's good. Is there anyone at the house? There's the shaman at the house. Interesting. Oh, he doesn't like the shaman. Well, forget that. Screw that guy. Yeah, he will sell just to the soldiers. And he can sell quite a bit to the soldiers. And that might get him a gold point or 2 done. The elf is going to ditch pub crawl. Is there anyone here? The crone, done. So the elf is going to ditch, at the end of the day, ditch pub crawl and ditch this. And he will actually, he gets gold source and sudden insight. Both are great, but not the last 2 days of the game. Sudden insight allows him to find a treasure site instantly. Gold source is, of course, a source of gold magic. So he is going to do, so what is he going to do? He is going to hide, of course, because he can. And he is going to trade because all he has to do is sell any treasure with a spell. So the glowing gem, he'll trade it to him. That'll get him some money. Then he'll trade with the order. And, I mean, he's going to hide twice just to make sure because he doesn't want to get jumped by the Lancers. And he'll rest once just because. So we're going to try to sell and see where our gold ends up. Done. And the witch, well, she needs to find the hoard. She has 4 shots at it, essentially. And she is done with the day. So on day 27, almost the last day of the game, what is the monster roll? I don't think it matters. It's goblins, octopuses, and wolves, pretty much. And ogres. So the druid goes back to the house after hiding. He rolls a single die to hide. And he does. Back to the house. He is going to trade twice. He does have to roll because he's neutral. He has to. The house rule is you have to at least not get double trouble effectively, and he doesn't. So he can sell whatever he wants to our guys here. So he's going to sell 10, 14, 17, 26, 36, 48 gold worth of treasures. Oh, can I, there we go. There we go. 48 gold worth of treasures to the soldiers. So gold plus 48. Done. Now, he is 59 bucks. That's pretty good. He is going to look and he will see what they have. I don't know that they have anything he wants. He just wanted to see if they had something cheap and a great treasure. No, he's not going to buy the Bejeweled Dwarf Vest. He would try to buy it for a great treasure. Instead, he's going to end up with 59 gold. That is enough to put him in first place in gold. So he's going to actually get 2 points for gold. Take a point away from the witch. Take a point away from the Black Knight. The Black Knight has 9, 10, 11 points. The witch has 12.5. And the Druid does get 2, so he has 6.5. Not terrible, just a little bit of a... He keeps the Scroll of Nature because it barely matters. He could have sold it because he learned these spells and he can cast them without the book. You know what? He's gonna sell it. 69. Screw it. I want to make that as hard as possible to usurp. You guys are all winning. Heck with you. Done. He's done. So he is done. The elf is going to hide twice just to make sure, because he doesn't want to get jumped by the Lancers, and he does hide. He then does trade with the what's his name? With the crone, which he is neutral to, so that's fine. So the crone is neutral. He's trying to avoid double trouble again, and he doesn't. Well, that's one trouble. No, he's okay. So he doesn't get 2 6s. He's fine. He can sell to the crone. Does the crone like the glowing gem specifically? I don't know. Let me look real quick. I don't think she does. If she did, she'd pay that. Otherwise, she pays 34 for it, which is still pretty good. So let me look. This is one of those things. Just looking up the chart here. The glowing gem. No one wants it but the scholar for 20. So but because of ancient scrolls, so he's going to score ancient scroll. So that's a card point. So he gets 8 cards. That's pretty good. But he also sells this for $34. And in the meantime, he's going to sell, if only he had custom dice instead of having to look things up on a table. I like tables. Having said that, I do appreciate the dice. By the way, I know that there are replacement dice. What do I have to order? What do I get those? What do I have to order to get those? I suppose if I can get a preview of the campaign, what do I have to do to get replacement dice or an extra set of dice? Because I think I'm gonna get replacement dice for the haggle dice because there's a mistake, but I'm gonna buy a second set. I think because I think a second set of dice super helpful in the game, and I am not miserable, but I'm a little bit sad. If you back natives, you get 4 harder haggle. You get 4 haggle dice. Okay. Are you gonna? Can I ask another question? I'm sorry. Can I buy extra dice? Or are there no more left? Can I get an extra on to natives, essentially, which is another set of dice? Oh, shit. Okay, well, that's going to be rough. He's going to also sell 18 bucks worth. So he gets 34 bucks plus 18. So 34 plus 18 is 52. Right? 34, 18 is 40, 52. This is lengthy. Give me a moment. I will give you a moment. We're not offering. Darn. Okay. That's too bad. That's I get it. That's my. I'm okay with that. It's my fault. So he gets. Why did I give him 10 bucks on Thief? That doesn't make much sense. Done. He has 62 bucks. So he's going to sell out and get 62 bucks. However, we have some inventory of add-ons that will go on sale the day the campaign launches. Okay, all right. That sounds rough. I'm competing with some real heavy hitters there. To be quite honest with you, I don't know how that goes, but we'll see. We'll see. I will definitely try to get that because I do think those dice are would be a big deal. I think that would absolutely up the excitement factor. What am I doing? Stop it. Okay, there we go. You might know a guy. Thank you. So the elf gets a point of gold. Now here's the thing. So the elf gets 1 point. Nope, that's the way. The elf gets 1 point of gold. Both of these characters, the elf and the witch, did indeed score the bonus because it's 70 gold. Oh man, they both missed the bonus by a flippin' point. That's a little hilarious and a little sad all at once. Okay, I don't have anything else I can do to get gold for either of these characters. They sold everything they had, and they came up a few gold pieces short, and they're done. The Black Knight is going to move to the site and search 3 times. Move to the site. He gets 3 searches. A 4 or a 1 finishes this for him. That's 1. That's a fail. That's 2 fails. That's 3rd fail. He is done. And the witch, can they theoretically? No, because the weapons would count against them. You're starting equipment. So typically, you subtract your starting equipment from your gold total at the beginning, and you could have, so you have negative gold to. But what I do is I don't do that. What I do instead is say, if you don't have your original equipment or something to replace it, then you lose that money, right? So if you ditched your original equipment, if the elf sells his bow, then he effectively loses 6 gold at the end. If he keeps his bow, we just don't count it. I mean, it's as clunky as the but yes. So no, theoretically they cannot sell their weapons, or it doesn't help them to sell their weapons. So he fails. She's going to search twice. Has she found the horde yet? I don't think she has, right? No, she needs to find the horde. But she needs a 4 or a 1. No, she fails both of them. She is done. We don't get any monsters, I'm pretty sure. And it is the last day. Never like the balancing mechanic at the end of our. Yes, no, I do think it's clunky. I don't. Yeah, that whole sequence is wacky, right? I don't love it. It's not that it's actually super hard to do. It's just, as you said, super clunky to do, and so no, I don't love it. Hello, Wesley. How are you? Good to see you. So yeah, so I never enjoyed it. I always thought, ugh, sort of shitty. Both gold balancing V peacocks, yes, 100%. I agree with you there. Um, I think again, and that's one where I think Dragons Down does a nicer job in that if I have a bunch of equipment, I start with nothing. If I have no equipment, I start with more. Like that whole thing, I think works better. I think Magic Realm would probably have done well to sort of have done that. But I don't know that you could, but that's hard to balance too, in the sense that, because you don't get that much money in Magic Realm, effectively. Like there's no, but I think you probably could, you might be able to figure something out, right? Okay. And the funny part is either the characters are balanced on the equipment or not balanced on the equipment. The problem is that you can be balanced on the equipment. So I can have a great big heavy armor and a shield and be balanced with a magician, but then at the end of the game I then sell all that and now I was balanced all game, but now when it can't hurt me I now have money. So I do understand the problem. I do. And essentially, like you Dragons Down wins because gold doesn't count. Like, so whereas gold counts here, and so that's the issue, right? And that's the requirement. Um, and nothing you can do will make it less clunky in Magic Realm. You either have to do, right? You have to do something, and it's just going to be clunky. So yeah, so okay, let's write day 28. We got day 28. We got a couple characters that doesn't matter. He is just gonna search all day. Now we could get dragons, so we do have to. I mean, again, I yes and no. I understand what you're saying. I sort of I take not umbrage. That's more of offense. I disagree a little bit, but I agree a little bit also. So I'll talk about that in a minute. I'm gonna finish this game out, and then I'm gonna talk to you about that real quick. Um, so the knight's gonna search, and if he searches, he gets a point. Done. I think the druid is sort of done. I think he's done what he can do. I mean, he could toss cards and hope that he gets something, but I think we're done. Same thing with the elf. He could toss cards and do whatever, but I think he's done his shot. He shot his shot, and then I think she's gonna search twice and see. Yeah, I do too. Well, maybe we shouldn't waste it, but I you know I also want to talk to you about hybrids. My one cube hybrids. I I love the fact that it is such a pain in the ass for me to think about. Like I sit there and go, right? Like you don't think about the Woods Girl. I don't think about the White Knight. Like both of those characters, boom boom. It doesn't cost them enough to make it a thought process. But the Executioner, God, or the Ranger, even worse, the Ranger. The Executioner I don't like because I don't think Black does him a lot of justice. I think it's thematic, but um, but man, like the Ranger, you have to. What am I going to do with that cube? That cube is such a beast to consider. Anyway, so yeah, so I think we're retiring the elf. I think we retire the druid. I think it largely comes down to can either of these guys find their crap. Having said that, they might also get jumped by something. The Black Knight might want to be jumped by a creature, but we get threes and ones. Dragons. Heesh. Okay. So that does indeed mean that some stuff is going to appear potentially here. So these guys come off the board. I actually also never liked the last day in Magic Realm, believe it or not, because I'm drawing all these things for no good reason. I always felt like I'm always dragging them back off the board, and it's the last freaking day. Okay, so we've got that done. The Horde is, of course, still empty because the Witch. 35. Oh, really? No. You're joking. Are you not joking? Because if you're not joking, that's very interesting. Anyway, the Knight is searching for the dig site, of course. And he finds it. First freaking thing, he finds the site. So he's going to score a point. He gets the dig. So the dig he finds. So he gets 8. I don't think it's going to be enough. 9, 10, 11. Oh, he got a point stolen from him. So that's it. He's scored 11 points. But he does get a small treasure. That small treasure could be something relevant. No, it's the map of the Lost Castle. It is done. So he is done. And he's going to score 12 points total. I think I'm too young to understand this game. You may be. The Witch, she's going to get her 2 shots to find the Horde. She fails and succeeds. So she is going to score the Horde. That's going to give her an extra point. That's her 9th card. 12 and a half, or 12, I should say. 13 and a half points. And are you under 50? And the Black Knight did draw, actually. The Black Knight drew 2 dragons. Oh no, Smoke. I'm sorry, Smoke C. Smoke C. He draws this 1 dragon, which is a little lame, but he does. And that's it. And it leaps on him. And that is all we got. Smoke C. Nope, can't draw again today because it's already drawn once. So we get that dragon. So the Black Knight will finish this dragon off. Indeed, what he's going to do, so he's going to play, he's going to lure it with that guy. That allows him to play and ready his weapon with this chit. And he can play pretty much on the sheet of Larry, the big Hork. Oh, I love the fact that he got that guy, because that guy's amazing, and you never get him. You're 35. So, Wesley, this game came out in 1979. It is one of the most complicated board games of all time. Not really, but it is a very complicated game. But, having said that, if you look up the least you need to know to play Magic Realm, and I don't actually know what the latest version of the rules is, but you can look up the rules. They're free online. This is a tabletop sim mod, which is free. There are videos on how to play the game. You could learn it. And yes, I had my children play this at 8. Now, did they understand it at 8? Probably not as much, but they managed it. So the dragon shows up. He lines up with Skippy here. Does he flip? He does not flip. The weapon length, which is the gray number, goes first. It hits and kills the dragon. The knight scores 5 more prowess. The nice thing about that is it does give him the bonus point. 63 is enough. 60 is the bonus threshold. So the knight actually scores, I'll put an asterisk there, so he gets 2. And that gives him his 12th point. Our final scores are going to be 13.5 to 12 to 6.5 to 9. So the Witch and the Black Knight move on to the next round. The Druid and the Elf are eliminated. I think I feel bad for the Druid because I thought I had a plan for him and it just never quite came together. So that's probably because my plan was crap, but it just never came together. So, let's pull the big scores here. Hold on. Here's my magical scoreboard. Let me get my sheet up. And so what you see here is the first round, the first game, the Dwarf and the Witch King moved on. The second game, the Amazon and the White Knight moved on. And this third game, the Witch and the Black Knight will move on. And frankly, I'll be honest, none of these are surprising, though. These are all pretty, I would argue, heavy hitters. Especially in terms of the quest game, I think these guys are... The Elf could have scored... I think the Elf probably could have done a better job, but the Elf, if you remember... If you watched any of this, the Elf got stuck at the chapel for 4 days, again, as he is wont to do, trying to burn shit down. So, I mean, he just had one of those games. Yeah, so anyway. All right, so what I'm going to do, so this is where we're at. We have one more game to go in the first round, and then we will have our 2. So what I'm going to do, once we get the Magician, Pilgrim, Wizard, and Woods Girl, now that's going to be a couple weeks from now. We're going to get that game finished. We'll have our 8 characters which moved into round 2, and what we will do is we will shuffle them, and we'll draw two groups of 4 to play the second cohort. We'll get that round done in 2 games, and then we'll have our 4 finalists to play the final round and finish our Yuletide, holiday, New Year's Mayhem and get a tournament winner. So, it's a great game, Wesley. Don't watch me to learn how to play because I am not playing the game. I'm playing a variant which is written by me for me, and so I'm not a good tutorial. But if you have any questions, I can answer them in terms of actually what the game is supposed to be, and we can chat about that. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to take one last break. The game is over. I'm going to chat here. We're going to chat a little bit. I do want to watch to learn how to laugh. Sure, you can watch to learn me laugh at my own jokes. We're going to chat a little bit, probably, about, heck, anything you want, frankly, for the last, it's 12 o'clock. For the last half hour, we'll chat and we'll hang out. I'm going to quickly grab my last drink of the evening, and we'll come back. Please stay put. All right. Yeah. So thanks, guys, for hanging out and chatting. I do appreciate it. I really, again, I did have a video where I thanked everyone for hanging out, because that's really that's the only reason this exists, is to originally to play Magic Realm, and to share the game and to chat with folks effectively. So that's why I'm here. I'm glad when everybody comes and chats. So thanks. I appreciate it. We're going to end the night on Costco Isla Scotch. So that's a little too much, by the way. But I'm waiting for my trade zone to kick in. Oh, Trazodone to kick in so I can pass out. Well, I am glad that I can lull you to sleep, sir. Yeah, I had a rough end of the week. I could not sleep, man. Like Wednesday night, I went to bed and then woke up and thought, "Oh, it must be 6:30 or something, time to go to work." And I'm like, "It's 2 in the morning. Jesus, what are you doing?" And it was horrible. It was horrible. Um, it was way too early. It was a terrible, terrible night, and a bad day the next day, by the way. So yeah, so we should talk. We should talk definitely about Scott. We should definitely talk about the hybrids, because I thought that was an interesting topic, and it really sort of caught my headspace, caught my attention a little bit, because I was like, at first I'm like, well, I sort of hate those guys, and I definitely do think that if you play the ranger like and think, oh, I'm going to play the archer, I think you're in trouble, because I think the archer's better for that. If you're going to be the ambush archer, then you play the archer. The ranger, you need to play differently, and so I'd love to talk about that, because I do think there's a few of those characters, and I do think it's an interesting point in the game that it's a big opportunity cost to get rid of that cube, the brown or red cube, brown primarily, to then get a magic cube. So think about that a little bit. I know that you commented that you disagreed, and we can chat. That's sort of an interesting. It's interesting. It's enough of a cost, and it's more of a cost than you get in, say, a Magic Realm, unless, like, the elf, I think, sells out, right? The elf, and frankly, to be honest, I don't like the elf as much as the woods girl. No, right, absolutely. I don't like. Oh, you never played elf? No, I do. Certain times, the elf or half elf wins certain times, and I always am looking. Do I need that cube for something, right? And can I not take the other cube? So, and we should we'll talk about this because there's actually, and it's dumb how excited I am to about this stupid. It is dumb how excited I am over this topic because I do think that there's just so much there in character selection that it is sort of fun. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Keep all. Oh man, we're gonna wait 2 weeks to talk about this. God damn it! There's actually a lot to talk about. I do enjoy all of that. I think it's good. I think it's actually a credit to the game. Um, I think it's a credit to the game that there are sort of shitty choices. You can make them work, but they're not. But there are non-optimal choices that you should consider why I'm making that choice, right? Like, yeah, the dwarf cleric is really rough. Like, what are you going to do with those two speed cubes? Um, so I think you have to have something in your head, your mind, to do that. Now, what I will say is, I think they're hard for beginning players because you might pick something like the Executioner and go, "Oh, it's a guy with an axe and I get a spell," and the answer is, "Yeah, but what are you going to do with that spell?" Like you have to think about what that is. And same thing with the dwarf cleric. What are you doing with that? With that extra whatever, or even a character like any character that gets a red cube, I look at and go, "Do you need that red cube? Stop it. Do you need that? And do you need it more than a brown cube or a magic cube?" Right? And sometimes the answer is, "No, you're right. I don't need this red cube. I would never be able to hit anything with it." because I'm giving up something else. So it's very interesting, and the whole red cube, brown cube, and then magic cube sort of triangle of what are you going for is actually a credit to the game. It's very clever and maybe obvious to some, but again, I think it's yeah, I agree. So when I play with noobs, I choose their heroes and set them up ahead of time. Yes, that's a great idea. That was my one mistake when we first played. I did not do that for folks, and they picked a lot of weird combinations because they looked interesting. But the problem is, they looked interesting and didn't. But they really honestly took a little bit of. There's a lot of nuance to some of the combinations that you have to sort of know. I think know what you're doing. Um, so so think about it for a bit. We will talk next time. I will bring this up again. I will probably repeat some of my points today, um, and sort of go with that. But there's a lot of stuff there that I thought was pretty cool. Um, After I played a game with two of the hybrids in it, I thought, that's an interesting point. I should think about that a little bit more. So, yeah, I am. For every 10 ratings, there's someone that played it once, made a dumb choice, or two rated it, or one makes me sad. Yeah. What is your board game geek rating? Oh my god, I gotta look. I've got to go look that up now. What what are you? What is your board game geek rating now? I'm looking up. You can't see it, but I'm looking it up. Do I even know? What do we got here? Board game geek. No, Dragon's Down. Done. Okay, I did a search. 8.5. Well, Jesus, your rating's fine. Be quiet over there. Um, there's a lot of luck involved. I mean, I don't know why you're bitching about an 8.5. Oh wow. Oh, no. Uh, I mean, it's obviously a failure. You should hide your head in shame. Um, I love that you're obsessing over that. I love that that tenth of a point, like you were like a Russian gymnastics team. That 1/10 of a point is driving you nuts, isn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, Nadia. Oh my God. Uh, 10, 10, 10, 9, 9. Jesus Lord. Uh, That's perfect. Anyway, that's a good rating. How many ratings did you do you have? 8.5 out of what? How many can we see how many people rated it? Average number 160. That's pretty good. That is pretty darn good, actually, to be quite honest with you. That is a darn good rating. I'm reading the comment right now. This game is a. I'm sorry. I'm going to read this out loud because I'm here. This game is a horrible luck fest, and the theming is such a thin veneer over generic decision light RPG mechanics. It doesn't even almost make up for it. This is an all day length game where you move a dude around a board, chuck some dice, and hope for the best. I know people have fond memories of Magic Realm, and this was made for those players. But for those lacking nostalgia goggles, this slog of a game is not worth the time it takes. Jesus Lord. That guy is awful. It's not worth the time. I'm not saying you're awful. Time it takes for this kind of roll and see gameplay. Wow, that is brutal. I can see where that bites at your soul a tiny bit. Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, you got a couple angry ones in here, right? A lot of them are really good. Like, obviously most of them are great because you have an 8.5 for crying out loud. But you know, it is what it is. My take on any of that is everything someone's going to love. Like you could throw anything out there, and someone's going to love it, and someone's going to make fun of you on the internet. Like that's absolutely like anything you do. You can do anything, and someone's going to gripe at you on the internet, and someone's going to love your shit because there are so many right, everyone's brain is totally different, and there's just so much going on in everyone's head that you're gonna get that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but no, I would say Dragons Down and I don't know what. It's an interesting question as to what that is. Now, not everyone's gonna love the game, and I will say it is a lucky game. Like it is right? If you wanted to like if it's Euro to Ameritrash, right? It's definitely well on the side of Ameritrash. It's not Mage Knight where everything is determined and you have a hand and you play your hand. It is a dice chucking game, 100%. No, there's no qualms about that. But having said that, you can play the game well and you can play the game poorly. Like that's absolutely the case. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, 100% Ameritrash. And so be it. Like I don't like Mage. I like Mage Knight in theory more than I like it in practice. In theory, it's a wonderful game. In practice, it feels like Contract Bridge. And I'm not going to play Contract Bridge. Now, I have bought Paladin's Oath, which is a Mage Knight clone on Steam, and I do play it occasionally, and I do enjoy it occasionally. But it is a puzzle game as opposed to a real honest to God like adventure game. It has a lot more puzzly bits. Hold on, let me switch. Let me go to Board Game Geek here. Let me get that up. And then I'll switch. I'll switch to talking. No, can I do I have a whatchamacall? No. Oh no, it's on this window. Why is that? That's weird. Yeah, I have no idea what that absolutely did not work. Speaking of a thin veneer on an adventure game, yeah, right. Mage Knight is absolutely a thinner veneer, right? Oh, 100%. Yeah, give me 1 second. Like why am I? Oh, Firefox, son of a bitch. Okay, sure. Let's go to that one. There we go. There we go. There, we'll put you up beside my face as opposed to the chat. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree that Mage Knight is sort of a right. It is very much a card puzzle game. with fantasy aspects to it. I think I think Magic Realm plays to the theme a lot better in that it's Magic Realm is obviously a simulationist's version of that, and I think Dragon's Down is a more modern version of that simulation-y game, right? Um, because it does lie. If you go between narrative and simulation, I do feel that Dragon's Down falls more on the quote unquote simulation. Now it's an abstract simulation for sure, but the the like and don't get me wrong. I mean, but I don't think Mage Knight is simulating anything. I think it is truly a card game with a theme on it. Whereas I feel like Magic Realm falls heavily on the side of, hey, a war game guy decided how can I do a fantasy campaign on a board game in 4 hours? Here's my simulation. And I think Dragon's Down falls in the middle of that, but well on the side of the simulation kind of game, which I appreciate. I like that. I like that. I like that. I feel, and I don't know if it's true, but I feel that you were trying to what makes sense in terms of a fantasy game first before what makes what may all my designs start with theme 100% of them. Yes, and I appreciate that. I like that. I don't mind mechanical games. I don't mind engine builders like Res Arcana as a for instance. Love that game. Great game, but it's an engine builder. It has nothing to do with mages. Now, it fits the theme really well, and you can sort of embrace that a tiny bit, right? When you capture the site that's the pit of despair or whatever the hell it is, and you're churning out black magic for life. You're trading life for black. I get that, and it works really well with Res Arcana, but Res Arcana is an engine builder. It's not a simulation of a fantasy adventure. Magic Realm is. I think Dragon's Down is. Dragon's Down is a more streamlined version of that, but it is. And Mage Knight is not, as a for instance. And I think, frankly, a lot of games that fall on that simulation side of the barrel there are going to have fairly high dice rolling / luck components because of that nature, because of the simulation-y nature. You could have built an engine builder, but that wouldn't have been the same game at all. Oh, you should be thrilled. And your game of the year, sir, which I'll also talk about. But that's cool. Congratulations. I love that. You have to be thrilled with where this is at. Have to be thrilled. Too hard. Rulebook was hard to follow. I'm sorry. I am going to look at. I'm literally looking at the red ones and going. The only two things you do in this game are raid treasure sites and fight monsters. I mean, yes, I do agree that that's. Yeah, that's a. I don't even know what to say about that. It is. I agree on one hand a little bit. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And I do think there's more to it than that. I don't think it's just that. I don't I don't agree that that's very reductive. How's that? That review is very reductive. In a if you if you reduce it down, then I do totally get it. Where you could sort of say that, and it's and yeah, sure. Um, but that's all you do in a lot of the I mean, we could reduce every game you could say Arkham Horror. All you do is move around and then roll your skill checks, and you'd be right. For the most part, you're right. What is Magic Realm? Sort of, you move and hide, right? I mean, there's not. If you really reduce these games, like you could probably, if I sat down for a day, and he bets this person does not. It's, I mean, if you reduce, you can sit down and probably and think about Magic Realm and think about what most of Magic Realm comes down to. And most of Magic Realm comes down to dodging encounters you can't win. That right? Most of what you do in Magic Realm is hide from shit you can't win. And occasionally you loot a site. But that's not the game. But it is part of the game. Now, again, I think one of the things that I always said is that the problem with Magic Realm is that Magic Realm tricks you into thinking it's a combat game, right? Magic Realm tricks you into thinking that Magic Realm is a combat game. And the reason is because there's a lot of rules about combat, and the combat is fairly crunchy and complicated. And the problem is that a lot of people, once they, so I don't know what the Dragon's Down equivalent of this is yet. I haven't thought about it, but I thought about this for Magic Realm. Magic Realm tricks you because there's a lot of rules for combat. Combat is crunchy. There's a lot of resolution. It's very mechanical, and you toss a lot of shit around, right? And you throw some dice. Magic Realm tricks you into thinking it's a combat game. The problem with that is that you can play it and go, well, this combat's dumb. Because the combat is either I undercut or there's a 1/3 chance that I hit something. That's the whole combat, or I'm dead. And the answer is Magic Realm's not a combat game, is the problem. Combat is a high level of abstraction of a combat to give you something to couch, to base the month on. Magic Realm is a planning game. Magic Realm is a movement and planning game. It is, I have 28 days. I need to do these 5 things. Now, I've changed that up with the quest variant, but even in the base variant, you go, well, I put a point in gold and 2 points in fame and 2 points in notoriety, so I need to blah, 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 find a bunch of shit. So I need to go find some creatures and kill them. Where do I do that? How do I do that? How do I avoid what I can't fight? How do I get what I can fight? Done. And knowing the game makes that the interesting part. And I think Dragon's Down is a little bit of that. It's not quite Magic Realm, and the thing with Magic Realm is that the combat is so narrow, if that makes any sense. Magic Realm is so narrow. The combats are either I lose, I win, or interesting. Dragon's Down, I think, wins because the narrow that interesting band expands quite a bit. Because there's randomness in the combat, and I can play 0 cubes and hit on a 25% chance. That all of a sudden opens up a lot of stuff. It's a lot like the fumble stumble rules, which I hate, by the way, in Magic Realm. I hate them. I think they're terrible. But I think that middle band is so much bigger that it does make it more of an interesting combat game where you go, ooh, God, I could win this, and I have a good chance of winning this, but it could go horribly wrong. And, so I would argue that, much like Magic Realm, Dragon's Down is a risk mitigation game. And your goal is... Now, what I don't love about either game, and this isn't a diss, so don't take it that way, because sometimes I will, I'm going to say stuff like that and go, I don't love this, is that I think a lot of both games come down to I found a tile with good shit, or I haven't found a tile with good shit. And in that way, it is a luck fest, right? I think Dragon's Down does have a little bit of that where it doubles up on that, right? Because If you find the site, you get points. Then when you drag shit out of the site, you have a chance of getting more points. So there's a little bit of that where it comes down to, look, you find sites and you drag shit out and you get more points and you just get a lot of points. So I dragged 2 cool treasures and I found the thing. That's 45 equivalent, right, points, right? It's 3 legend and 15 fame or whatever. And there's a little bit of that which doubles down on that. And I mean, again, if you're playing for points, which you would, right, if you're playing to win, like you said, then there's a little bit of that where I go, I mean, that's one of the parts I don't love when I think about playing for points, because it's just very easy to, I found a site, I got some stuff, I found another site, I got more stuff, and I'm ahead by a ton. Good luck. Hope you find some sites. And there's not really much to do. But again, frankly, that's a lot of race games, which unless you're PvPing, Dragon's Down is, and Magic Realm is, and so on. They're race games. You find shit, and you get points, and you're ahead. Done. And I don't know that there's a good answer for it. And don't get me wrong, there are counter examples, so don't, right? So it's not absolute. The game that I played with Scott online, he found all the shit, and I killed 150 points of stuff. so he won the game by like a point because I was just killing everything in my path. So there are other paths to victory. I do think, though, that the easiest path is find stuff and drag treasures out. And everything else is, and killing stuff is second. And then all the other stuff like spells or quests or so on is way third. And so I think there's a little bit of that which I would love to see in the future evened up. I would like missions to be easier to complete, for instance. Oh, we should schedule a 4 hour. Absolutely. I will talk for 4 hours. God. Yes. We can, yeah, absolutely. We should do that. But again, I don't think the design, I don't think that's a discredit to the design as it is. I think the design as it is fine. There's just things that when I play, I go, I wish someone could go and do missions and just do missions and score somehow easily. But the missions are way harder than just getting stuff. And then I get 4 hours too. Oh my God. Ouch. Yes, absolutely. I'll tell you what, I'll take 2 hours. You take 2 hours. It's easier when you're not typing and you're talking, because that's an easier gig. I can shut up more. So, uh, I love talking to you, by the way. I feel bad because I talk too much. Um, Strudel. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Too random, too damn long. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I think you should relook at missions. I have people. I think you can, but I think so. My problem, I was thinking about this too. I was thinking about how can I make this game that I just did in Magic Realm in Dragon's Down. I think one of the problems is the board is variable. Well, they're red. And sure, I'm going to read the bad ones. This game is a horrible luck fest. Oh, no. I read that one already. No, there's like 3 of these. Well, okay, there's this guy too. But no, I think my problem with missions is if you're playing Explore, they get amazingly difficult. If you're playing with all 5 terrains, they get way more difficult. And I wish there was a way to adjust them based on the size of the board and if you're randoming. So, for instance, there's a lot of missions where I go, well, I'll try that, but God, not only do I have to do it, but then I have to return to a place. So I was thinking I would house rule that you never have to return to a place. You just complete the mission when you complete it. As soon as you're done, bam, the quest goes off and you win. You get the stuff. As dumb as non-thematic as that is, because you're already paying a huge price on a 5 terrain board, exploring, trying to find tiles. You should not have to pay the extra cost of like running back, right? You know what I mean? Like stuff like that, I think would be a relatively quick and relatively trivial adjustment that might help missions. And it's not that missions are impossible or even necessarily difficult at times. Some of them are easy at times because you just draw 2 tiles next to each other or whatever. But what I'm thinking of is if you take all the categories of ways you score points, how do you even them up? I suppose would be the question I would have. And that would be sort of something that I would, because I want more missions to be more important, and so on. There's one mission I wish I'd done differently. Visit all tiles of X terrain. That one is not balanced. It's hard to do. And even if you know the map, like that mission is balanced for a 3 terrain map that you know, and you can probably get that done. A 5 terrain map becomes much harder, and then a explore map it's very difficult. Um, and to some degree, you almost need slightly different tweaks on missions for explore and not explore. Because explore, yes, it's easy in scenario 100%. I agree with you. It's hard in other scenarios, and I think that would be the tweak. I almost think. I love the explore mode, by the way. I love that idea. Or if you can fly, yes. Well, of course, right? Yes. But I love the idea of explore mode, but it does devalue missions a little bit, and thus, right? And thus because what are you doing in explore mode? You are turning over tiles, and then you move into the tile and you flip the thing, and it's a site. Yay! You got a site. Do a thing. And that becomes then the way to score your points. And maybe that's okay in the sense that you have this game which you can play 2 or 3 different ways. Some ways you score, and some ways you score this way, and some ways you score the other way. And that's sort of how it works. And I'm okay with that. But I do think I want missions to be more of a thing, and so I think I'm looking for ways to get them more in play more often, because you can play all missions and you could play all spells. I'm just going to learn spells, and that's how I win the game. But 9 times out of 10, I would argue you still lose to the guy that doesn't do that and plays to find sites and loot sites. Absolutely, and then I appreciate that, right? It's you. I have the game. I can do whatever the hell I want. It's my table. I can sit there and do so. And I have not. I'll be honest. I have not spent enough time in Dragon's Down as I had wanted to yet. Um, you're competing with a lot of shit. Now we're gonna fight. But yeah, like I just haven't spent enough time. But I did decide. Look, I gotta sit down, and I've got to. I do think spells is not terrible because you have vendors right away that you can then buy and probably find spell scrolls. Right, you're probably gonna find those scrolls. Um, So it is interesting, but I don't think that it's as reliable. But I don't know this. This is just speculation. I don't think it's reliable as turn those tiles over, turn those chits over. I don't think it's as reliable. But All good. Let's. Okay, I'm gonna read. Can I read this? Are you okay with that? I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna up the font size because wow. So it's very. The lowest quality board game I have seen. The cards are very thin to the point that some have ripples along the edges. The AI artwork. Turn those over. Turn those tits over. Risk dying to monsters. The AI artwork, sloppy graphic design, and unintuitive iconography are amateurish. The player aid. So, can I say one thing? The one thing I hate the internet for. I loved the internet back in IRC and Usenet. When I was a college kid, I loved the internet. The one thing I hate the internet for, and by the way, I am also 100% a problem with this. It's made us all reviewers. It's made us all critics. No one can just buy a thing and dislike it or do a thing and dislike it. They can you have to have an opinion. Your opinion has to be correct and everyone has to know your opinion. And I understand that I'm part of the problem. I still hate that. That is one piece that I do self-loathe where I go, no one cares. You should just shut up. You bought a thing. It's fine. The AI artwork, the sloppy graphic design, and unintuitive iconography are amateurish. The player aid has a needed component on the opposite side, making it worthless as an aid. The disorganized rulebook looks like it's printed from Microsoft Word document, for God's sake. There is no component page list in the rulebook. I had to assume the gray tokens that are never mentioned are supposed to be gold. Said Mr. Pot. The custom insert doesn't hold all the components, even though there's enough dead space to fix the problem. The entire game screams unprofessional and made on the cheap cash grab, targeting Magic Realm nostalgia with no consideration for quality control. If the gameplay was good, the quality control issues could be overlooked, but the gameplay is as much of a random mess as the rulebook. Playing is more of an activity than a game because it's so incredibly random you can die in your first couple of turns or not see any real action for a dozen tedious and over-fiddly turns. You have little agency over what happens, so you just sit back, take another turn, almost identical to the last one. This guy is drinking bourbon straight from the bottle while he's writing this, and see what happens. Maybe you find something useful, maybe. You'll have gotten nothing for your effort. I know this is a passion project, but the passion of the publisher seems to be getting it out as quickly and cheaply as possible instead of developing the rule set, hiring a halfway decent graphical artist, and verifying the proofing copy from the printer. There you go. That one is, and it's a 3. So that is actually the most scathing critique, but it's a 3. That one should break your heart. Because that guy thought about, like, too hard to figure out. That guy didn't think about that. Like, that guy didn't think about it. And I think the design is clever in a lot of ways. So I truly do. And again, I do think that it targets Magic Realm nostalgia. I absolutely do. Not that you have to, but I do think it targets it. I think it does. You don't have to. You don't have to play Magic Realm to enjoy this game. But I do think it does target that same feel. And it does a very good job. And weirdly, I actually appreciate that in the sense that I've not seen a game target that vibe. And I'm not saying that, the same type of, but like Runebound doesn't hit. Skyrim, the board game, doesn't hit. Those games all miss in a weird way. And I think Dragon's Down sort of hits, like very well. So it is a good design, influenced by Magic Realm. So, I don't know. Hey, you're not going to please everybody, man. You're not. Yeah. There you go. Arkham Horror. And, you know what? I don't love Arkham Horror. It's fine. But I think Arkham Horror sort of falls down and right? It has the same as a lot of those adventure games. No, I don't mind Arkham Horror. I'll play it. But I don't love it. Like, it's a 7-ish to me, kind of, right? And again, it has sort of that same vibe. You go to a place, you roll some dice, and you get a success fail on the chart, and you read those and do some stuff. It's not terrible. Um, I appreciate that Dragons Down doesn't do that. Like if you did that, and don't get me wrong, I often wonder how do you add narrative to those games without doing that? Like I played Runebound, I played Fallout and Skyrim board games, and I played Fallen Land, I think is what it's called. Um, and they all sort of have this. Well, we're narrative games because we have narrative card mechanics where you read and but none of them do a very like. It's like okay, and that's fine, and I don't mind the cards; they're sort of cool, but all I'm really doing is going to a place and then rolling a die, and you go, well, if you roll a three or a four or whatever on your, then you succeed, and if you don't, you fail. And I think, yeah, right. But instead, it's to beat this test or to rip the chalice out of the trap before the trap comes down or whatever it is, and that's sort of how it all works. And I don't yeah, I don't super love that ultimately, and I don't think it really adds a lot of good narrative. Like Skyrim, I thought I was gonna love because it's like, oh, cards, right? Like Fallout, and you do a thing and you get a card, and if you fail, you go to the other card, and it's like choose your own adventure. And then when you play it, I feel it falls very flat. Um, it just falls flat. I just go, okay, it's fine. And I don't hate the game. I think it's a fine game. Skyrim, the board game, is fine. It's okay. It's fun-ish, but I would never pull it out. Like if you said, "Oh, pull that out or play Magic Realm," I'm playing Magic Realm. If you pull that out, Dragons Down, I'm playing Dragons Down. Um, Skyrim beats Talisman, maybe, or you know what I mean. Like there, but it just yeah, it's not. It's just doesn't end up interesting. But again, that's my opinion. I have certainly a certain take on those. The Knights of the Bannerets are now the Knights. Maybe they are questing knights, heartless child sacrificers. Who knows? So, how many native groups are there in addition to the four which exist on the board, or five that exist on the board to begin with? Because I have to sort of figure that out. So I do I gotta sit down. I gotta work my plan for my quest not the quest variant, but the literally I'm going to try to vaguely make a version of Barbarian Prince in Dragon's Down. That is my goal. I'm going to try to get that done in the next month or two. At least something that I can try out. And it's going to fail, and I'm going to be like, ugh, this sucks. 6 new ones in the console bodyguard. That's a lot. I'll have to think about that. I think I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna write this. I think I'm gonna try to write the thing for just the 5 that exist, and then figure out what to do with the 6 new ones because that's a big number all of a sudden, and I don't know what to do with them yet. The console's my favorite native group. His title card's amazing. Um, so yeah, I'm thinking about that, but I'm gonna try to get something that I can putz on the channel with and start, and then you know run into place one side, the other face up. But I do have to work on a diplomacy mechanic, and like I said, I'm going to probably base it on the haggle mechanic, and I have to sort of figure out. And my main concern with anything that I add to ever to Magic Realm or Dragons Down is simply um, have a good one, TV. Thank you very much. Is getting the numbers right for monsters, right? If there's assassins, what do assassins look like? Now, I'll probably just base them off of bandits or goblins or not or orcs or whatever, and just cheese it that way. If you have a magic formula that you want to on the sly tell me, please do. But otherwise, I'm probably going to just vaguely base them off of creatures that exist and work that. But I'm excited. I like to get, occasionally some creative work done in between putzing around, which is what I usually do. Uh, I think I told you I pulled out some game code old game code, and I started to to add to add to that to actually get it to work effectively. And I think I'm going to learn Godot as an engine, but nice. I use a formula for everything: classes, lineages, natives, monsters, everything. Interesting. It'd be interesting to see that formula. I don't necessarily need to. You don't have to show me special sauce. That's not, don't feel pressure. But it's an interesting concept of, hey, if I want to add a monster to this, how do I add a monster? That would be sort of interesting. Much like in Realm Speak, when you make a class or whatever, like there's the class builder, right? If right, where you do the chits, and it gives you like the idea of the chits. 100 sheets of spreadsheet. That's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. It's a little nutty, but pretty incredible. I appreciate that. I do appreciate there was math involved, right? Um, and again, I do think that the one thing that I put dragons down over every other adventure board game that I have seen to this day, and that includes Magic Realm, but that also includes, Runebound and Talisman, and Return of the Heroes, and like literally all the games, Dragons Down absolutely wins combat. I will say, and I think I said this in our whatchamacall. Hey, good day, Raven. How are you? I said Dragons, like, that is the best, quick, meaningful, thoughtful combat system in an adventure board game that's not a tactical game, because you're going to lose to you're going to lose to like Descent, or you're going to lose to, right? But as far as I'm playing the epic adventure and I need to do a fight and I need to do it in 2 minutes and not 30 minutes, it is the best system I've seen. I appreciate that combat system really well. And the dice work and the scores work. It is absolutely wonderful. I appreciate that system quite a bit. Um, and yeah, sometimes you go, yes, I can win this 100%. But there's a lot of those where you go, well, okay, I got this. But it can go bad, and I've seen it go both ways. I'm doing well, Raven. How are you? You're late tonight. What's going on? Are you doing a are you pulling a Rob and you're at a garage bar? So, okay, time out. I'm going to ask. This has nothing to do with gaming. Has anyone at all? I know there's like it's just Scott and Raven right now, I'm sure. Um, but has anyone else been to a garage bar? What the hell? Like, I live in a tiny city. We don't have garage bars, or I'm not cool enough to have heard of them, which probably is the case. Um, have you heard what? Who goes to a garage bar? Raven? No, I don't bar hop. Yeah, it's all good. All good. I'm going to close out my windows here, my various scorecards for Magic Realm. You would be surprised at how many things of Notepad. I don't know. It's a bar in a garage, Scott. Like, we got to ask Rob when he comes back on. We got to ask Rob. A garage bar is a bar in someone's garage. I think it's illegal. I'm pretty sure it's illegal. I'm pretty sure it's not. It's not legal. Um, but Rob, who's on here a lot, is like, yeah, I got to drop. I'm going to go to a garage bar. I'm like, what the frick is a garage bar? Like, is are they are they making whiskey in like in a bucket in a like I would totally distill whiskey if I did not assume that I was going to burn my house down. Like I've always thought, oh, that'd be so fun. I'm like, I would die in a fire in such a heartbeat, or drink something and go blind and then die in a fire. Like it would be a bad scene. So I think I'm just gonna buy my whiskey and just roll with that. Moonshine bar. So you went to a bar and got hit on, Raven. Ah, hey, come here often. How did that go? How'd that go? You know, all good. I mean, look, I'm an old dude with a crappy beard. Chris Cole rolls a one for his Constitution check at the garage bar. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I am dying slowly, and yeah, my con is way lower than it used to be. I definitely would not make the garage bar. I would probably be passed out, blind, passed out, probably on fire at the garage bar. Like, don't. I failed a lot of saves, reflex save, cons, fortitude, all the saves. Um, but yes, Rob, we gotta when Rob comes back on, not tonight obviously, but when Rob comes on, we gotta grill him for what the garage bars are like out there where he is. So all good. Uh, well, definitely blackberry whiskey. Oh Jesus, ugh, oh, it's the worst. It's the worst whiskey. Guys are killing me with the. You're definitely killing me with the blackberry whiskey. I have not I've not gotten that. Let me I'm gonna for whatever reason start Path of Exile while I'm here. But nonetheless, I do appreciate it, Scott. Thanks a lot. We will talk after I get back from my trip. So yeah. Oh, and that is not the correct whatchamacall. That is not a good. It's not a good vibe there. Let's get our desktop resolution. All right. Thank you very much, Scott. You have a good night. Raven, how you doing? What's going on? Anything? Are you still playing Path of Exile? Or are you done? Oh, you're going to sleep. You're out of here. Oh, well. Okay. All good. Take care. So let's see where we're at. We are at level 78 on Path of Exile. And I still suck. But we're at level 78 because I played a gazillion hours. Um, so this is the sorceress. She is running just a cheese, right? She's running Archmage like you should. I wish my stats were all higher. My mana is only 1800. My shield is only 1700. It's all good. It's fine. But boy, I wish I was doing a little better. My main problem is that I cannot, for the life of me, keep my Waystone economy has sort of fallen off, like fallen. I cannot turn into a pumpkin at midnight. I haven't played either Path of Exile. I still like one better than two. Whoa, wow. Um, that's fair. I think you're. I don't think you're alone. I don't think you're alone. Did I die the last map? Now let's put something in. We'll just do a simple map. My main problem is I like the mapping endgame because it's just grindy and sort of dumb. Like I do appreciate it, but there's like I'm starved of waystones half the time, and I am the tiniest bit tipsy, so I got to pay attention because the problem, and it does take actually you have to pay attention. So I mean, this build is obviously all mana. It's Archmage. And I did take, what is it, Enfeeble. So I'm 15% down. So if we look at my arc, so it's an arc-based build. We build on arc. I have 23,500 DPS. Not terrible. No summons. This is a sorceress. The other thing that I do, so here's my summon. I do pull those guys. And I'll tell you why I pull those guys. Oh, he's a Shroud Walker. Jerk. Get out of my face. Okay, enough of that. Goodbye. All right. So the reason I pulled Orb of Storms is we have Orb, right? Now, one thing I love about this game is the customization of your powers is really cool, right? So I have Orb of Storms, but you can put in support gems, which essentially are modifiers. So I have Mana Flare. So Mana Flare is the key. So Mana Flare is if I crit with this power, I do 20% of my mana in damage. And here's the thing. My crit chance is... I don't know where it is. Where's my crit chance? Crit chance is 33%. So, I mean... So those things are hitting hard. Now they drain my mana like nobody's business. But I can put those down and just walk away if I need to clear. Now I don't because they're expensive to run. And I typically will just use Arc, which is reasonably cheap. And based on sort of where I'm at on gear and where I'm at on build, you know, Arc can either be a zero sum, like I can just run it forever. I'm almost there. And sometimes it costs if I swap gear out. I'll see you, Raven. Thank you very much for hanging out. I do appreciate you stopping by. So this is typically Arc. But if I need to, I will drop those guys, and they will aid the DPS, right? And typically they aid it by mana burning and blowing up and doing an extra 300, 400 points of damage. Oop, there's a guy there somewhere. Nope, he got chained to death. That's cool. Nope, that's another one. They'll do an extra 300 or 400 points of damage. And I don't have to deal with them, right? I mean, I just pop them and walk away. So those are sort of my door breaching. Like if I can't see where I'm going, I will pop those. And if a boss shows up, I'm popping those. And those are going to help my damage considerably. Now, what I used to do is I used to do Wall of Cold, and I have my where is it? Frost Wall has magnified effects, so bigger AoE, glaciation, so more freeze, deep freeze, so longer freeze, and spell cascade, which means it fires in a different direction as well for free. So if I fire that, right, I'm going to get a shape. Now, often I get an arc. And now the thing with this is it does a lot of crap, right? You fire that thing and it does a lot of stuff. It gives you something you can hit to chain off of. You can crit it. It's an enemy for all intents and purposes. And so you can sit and it explodes and does cold damage. So you can sort of putz with that thing. I'm going to put this here just because I don't know if it's probably hitting my... But yeah, so you can sort of putz with this thing. But I don't anymore because I use that a lot in the mid-range as I went through the campaign. I use that as a defense. My defense now is to fire Orb of Storms and let it kill stuff. And so what I do appreciate about Path of Exile too is that as I've played, things have changed over time, if that makes any sense. Like, you know, stuff that I did at level 1 and stuff that I did at level 20 and stuff that I do at level 70 something are all different things because the build has sort of worked out like that, which I appreciate. I actually think that's sort of fun and maybe a good sign. I mean, now, like, damage is high enough that a lot of stuff is just shoot and just press a button and kill it. And I'm gonna die because, you know, because A, I'm a tiny bit drunk and not paying attention. But shh, none of that. None of that. We're gonna live. It's fine. But when I get into trouble, what I do now is different than what I did before. What I do now is I will fire the orbs and let the orbs take care of it instead of firing the wall of frost, which I used to do, and just build up a gigantic, clunky frost wall and then blow it up slowly so that I could do damage. And by the way, if you do use frost wall, then lightning bolt is your friend because it doesn't care about it cares about sight, line of sight, but does not care about having a direct line to your enemy. You can fire over shit, is my point. And so I can do this and fire that guy, and then just go, oh, yep, I'm going to lightning bolt stuff over here. And so this is a pretty easygoing build at level 70 something, 78, I think. Now, having said that, these guys are all underleveled because I am somehow starved of waystones. I've not found enough waystones to sustain me. And you'll see I have to complete tier 6 maps, but I don't have tier 6 waystones. So, what I don't like about Path of Exile 2 is that it has this weird, like, I can enjoy this, and this is sort of mindless, but I do wonder about the gameplay in the sense that, is it really supposed to play so stilted toward offense, I suppose, is my question. I was thinking about doing a video on this. Like, is the game really supposed to be all alpha strikes and DPS? Like, there is no room for defense in this game. Now, don't get me wrong. There is room for defense in the sense that, oh, I'm dead. So there you go. I'm not paying attention. But if you don't pay attention for a second, you're done. And if you don't have enough DPS for a second, I did not get anything out of that, out of that map. Like, I got, whew, wow, that's too bad. That sort of sucks a little bit. I'm not going to sell it. I wonder if I can Chaos Orb the Sapphire and get anything else. It's just a weird. It's very offensively stilted, and I don't know if I love that or not. Like, let's pull a Chaos Orb. Oop, where's my jewels? Jewels. So cast speed, energy seal, like none of the. Can I get rid of? No, you got rid of the 9% critical hit chance is actually not bad. My guess is 3% cast speed is not actually that useful at this point. So 3% cast speed would have to beat. That's a lot. That's way too much. Where are my jewels? My jewels are here. 15 spell damage. Ooh, I can't imagine 3% cast speed beats 15 spell damage now, right now. 15 lightning damage, 4% cast speed. No. So yeah, I think that jewel's a bust, ultimately. Let's just put that away. And again, I mean, it's late. Yeah, no one's watching, and that's fine. I get it. No one, and that's all good. Let's. I feel bad that I died because I shouldn't have died on that map. Like I absolutely should not have died. We'll just. But my problem is waystone starvation. I cannot find enough high tier waystones to move forward. I definitely think that's a problem. And again, I do think it's a weird, like if I designed a game and it was so offensively stilted, I think I would think twice. Like it took only a moment's hesitation to die. And thus, the best answer is to kill everything before it can, like, get to you. And so I can't imagine, like, what does a melee guy do in this game? You can't. I don't think you can effectively be melee, even though supposedly they fixed melee in this game compared to PoE 1. I have enjoyed the game, though, so far. Like, I'm not even griping about it. I have enjoyed it. I've had a lot of fun so far. But I do find it a little bit weird, as I've reached the end. The game at the end is a little different than the game at the beginning. And I don't know. I have to adjust to that a little bit. It is very much a DPS race. Oh, I like this guy. But see, we'll drop 2 of those, and then bam, he's dead. Now, I do appreciate the waystones, by the way, so yay. And the Gem Cutter's Prison's cool. Dying. Okay, there we go. So we also have mana shards, which, again, if we crit, which we do, because our crit chance, we've gone all crit chance on this lady. If we crit or kill someone that's shocked, we get a mana fragment, and that gives me 100 and some mana. And that helps me my sustain. But I don't think any of this is that brilliant. Like, it's all... I think this is a very typical sorceress build. I think Archmage you can't do without. Ultimately. Oops, that was dumb. That was dumb. Big guys blow up. Don't touch big guys. Don't loot from big guys. Big guys blow up. But yeah, I have mana flare on those orbs, and so they are good door kickers. Like if I need to just pop something in and walk away, like that, they act really well like that. And so that keeps me safe if I'm paying attention. Like if I'm actually on point, as opposed to just sort of putzing around, which unfortunately is what I'm doing. They also chain, right? So also good. the staff in case I can go up that, like, up that staff. My staff's real good. Like, my staff is great right now, I feel. It has +5 level to lightning spells. I'm done. I'm done. Like, I don't know if I can I find anything better than that? What's the tier on that? +5 is tier 4? Oh, I feel cheated. Like, really? That's the best as far as DPS goes. That is the best stat I have. Is the +5 to spell skills. So I feel a little bit confused as to what else I'm supposed to be going for. I'll take the unset ring. I do love the mini bosses because they make this build feel super powerful. I'll take all the yellows for now, just to let's clear out. See where the boss is. Like, that guy is somewhere. Oh, I can fit through there. I didn't realize that. Like, oh, I killed a boss. Sorry. He's dead. Didn't realize that was a guy. And the map is cleared. I'm still going to go look for some more way. I did find some waystones here, which is good. Ugh. I'm going to try to up those with some orbs and shit to try to get something going on. Because I really need tier 5s and 6s, and it's just, my experience is not going up with this shit. Like, these are not really worth it. And we're good. Let's head back. Anyway, all right. It's 1:20. We've been at this for a while. And frankly, Magic Realm is done. No one's watching. Let's call it a night. Good night, everybody. I do appreciate it.